good.
Hey kids, welcome back to Rob Trade Hotspot, and happy holidays. This is a special New Year's Eve stream in New City.
New Year's Eve.
All right, Christmas Eve, whatever, holiday.
There's an Eve.
It's a holiday Eve, yeah. As you can hear, my dad is back on stream again. I had initially planned on traveling for the holidays, but COVID has screwed that up. Hey, Terminator, welcome to the stream. So as I announced, we're going to be playing New City. I have not really... I've hardly played this game at all in the last 6 months. The mic sound is good, Terminator. I have done some configuring of I have a Blue Yeti mic that I bought a while back, and I have reconfigured. I found some fun settings on it, so let me know if you think it sounds good. Yeah, so anyway, I haven't played New City in about 6 months, and it's still an early access game. They're still developing it, and it gets like a new patch every month or so these days. So I like to wait a while and let them kind of work on it and then check it out. But let's launch the game. We may have... I noticed with this game... Whoa. Your local New City files conflict with... Don't copy anything. Now, wait a second. What is this? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, now you know what? Hang tight. See,
are you going to have to update?
No, I'm not going to have to update. And if I have to update, we can chat and hang out. Don't keep game save files in Steam Cloud for any game. I hate that shit. I don't want any of my save files in the bloody cloud. Okay, all right. So let's try that again now. That should fix that. No, I don't really keep a lot of save files for this game anyway, because the game changes so quickly that half the time...
It's not going to be compatible.
Well, that's it. Or, I usually play this game until it breaks.
Yeah.
Good midnight and Christmas Day. Lolbrook, welcome to the stream. I guess you're in European time. Gia55, welcome back to the stream. Had lots of time for streaming lately. So it's going to draw us a map here. I find, we're going to want to generate a new map, I think. How is the sound? I think the sound's pretty good. Yeah, it loads something I made previously, I think. So we'll just go New City. Do I want to save? No. Okay, we need a city name. I'm going to leave this open for the comment section. It's probably a little bit of a video of a delay, so I'm going to just hang out on the screen for a second, drink some beer, and wait for someone to...
So have you got a... I don't know, I tend to be mathematical. Do you have some pattern for the city? I was thinking about radiation, radial...
Oh,
radio.
Yeah, something radio could be cool. I was also thinking...
Because if you get the interval right, you could... I don't know. You could sort of build a Paris from scratch or something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to stick it on medium difficulty. I think we'll do the accelerated starts. The non-accelerated start, kind of, you have to earn some... No. You have to earn some... Okay, wait a second.
This is Christmas. We get given.
Yeah, exactly. So, and so Terminator's suggesting Chunkington, because it will get chunky. Okay, I'm good with that.
I know.
Chunkington. Okay, here we go, Chunkington. So I'm going to hit generate. I find that sometimes it crashes. So we may have a couple of... SimCity 2000 is a terrain option, yeah. I think it just makes really kind of blocky, like gradual steps and stuff. This is the point at which it sometimes crashes. Sometimes it gets over this little hiccup. Oh, there we go. See that? That was like it hung for a second there, and then... Let's take a look at this map and see if we like it. I don't particularly want to generate a bunch of maps because it does take time, and it sort of screws up sometimes. Okay, welcome to New City. This is their new tutorial, which I have seen before. I'm not going to engage with this too much, but I think... okay, is it going to make me, or I guess I can just close it. Let's just kill that. Yeah, I don't think I want to... As much as I kind of am curious to see their new tutorial. Sorry, I'm just getting a handle on the controls again here. What do we think about this? Sort of like... I find with New City... This is a comment I've made in the past. Their terrain generator seems to be focused on kind of... it's sort of like a lakes region. Everything kind of looks like Michigan. But we've got some hills. We've got It could be interesting. This could be almost like a similar to sort of almost an island build here, or a peninsula. All of the new city maps kind of look like this. I think we'll stick with it unless oh wait a second, there is actually an island here that could be kind of neat too. We could do some. If this were SimCity 4, this would be my power plant island.
Oh.
Put all the dirty stuff in the middle of the lake. Okay. What do you think? Do you see any? I'm trying to see if I can see. Where are the neighbor cities? Oh, there they are. Okay. They just don't render.
Don't mind me. I was having problems. I still haven't accessed whatever it is you've got on Discord. So.
Oh, you know what? I just straight up haven't screen shared it with you. Hang tight. Hang tight.
Yeah, hang on.
All right, I'll let
so
you
I'm gonna
guys
get out of YouTube, which is just.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be an issue. And then hang tight. I'll just. Sorry about this, guys. I missed an important step of this, which is to Discord screen share. There we go. That'll do. Okay, now you should be able to see my screen on Discord.
Yeah.
Oh wait, and then I need to do one more thing. Apologies for the alt tabbing. That's silly. It's funny when I Great Lakes Swimmer. I like watching these videos. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Welcome to the stream.
Happy holidays. I don't know. I'm simple and geometrical and mathematical, and some sort of radial thing around a feature like the mountain. Like it's not good. I mean, I don't have a sense of scale with this game.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's better than a grid, but I mean, how they lay it out. I mean, if you can actually do arcs and shit like that, I don't know. It might be like completely and utterly annoying.
Well, that's the thing. I was gonna say, and you know, it's always hard to do things that are radial in this game because everything kind of operates on. What are these hotkeys? What's KP0? Keypad 0, 1, 2, 3. Interesting. That's not how I would do game speed, but okay. Can I just go plus minus? No, that's how they should do it. They should do it like Paradox. It should be plus and minus to speed up. Okay.
All right. Peace. Forget it then.
No.
Start over.
Well, I'm not saying we can't do anything radial. I'm just saying something that's like literally circular or, you know, is a little bit tricky because you know the angles are hard to work with. But we'll see. I think we can do a compromise. I would suggest that we start building. Is
there a planner mode on this too?
Yeah, there's a planner mode. Yeah.
If there's a planner mode and we just draw a few things, say okay. Major transport corridor here, there, or whatever. Again, I don't have a sense of scale yet.
I don't know if there's a map annotator thing that we could use. Where is it? What is the? Wow. Okay, that's the table of contents. I see. And then somewhere in here there is a way to label things. I just don't remember.
That bay. Is that a bay? Is that a harbor? Like, how do I view that body of water that you just had at the north there? Is it of a scale to be a harbor?
Well, there's sort of three. Big? There's sort of yeah. Well, this here could be an interesting harbor, or right here actually. If we want to build a city around a harbor, that could be interesting. I feel like we're going to get jammed up against the mountain here, but that could be kind of cool too. Could be cool to be there. And then this one.
It's not a volcano.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not Civ 6. You know, it's not like we put on. You know. You haven't played it, but yeah, there's disaster mode, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. There aren't disasters in this game so far. They had talked about an interesting concept for disasters, but yeah. Okay, I like the idea of. I actually kind of like the idea of a harbor, and I think this small harbor here is going to be kind of on a scale that we can work with. We can kind of have like a main commercial drag along the waterfront there, and the advantage of that as well is you get good land values from being near water. So I kind of like that idea. I also kind of like the idea of it's not too far from this town here, so we can kind of make a road right away that connects it to the neighbor city, and maybe even a road that goes over here as well. And
cool.
Yeah, we can even maybe connect it up to this Mountain View town too.
Like how far away are they?
Not too far. We're kind of in the corner of the map, which is not so bad for. I don't know how the neighbor city interactions work. Yeah, Trainminator, bad streamer for sure. I actually started the stream by accident, briefly, and then stopped it in OBS, which then ended the stream. So I'm gonna have to go delete like a 3-second video on my YouTube channel now, which is complete silliness.
Anyway.
OBS has got some new features for YouTube, which are ultimately good. But I'm still getting a handle on them. Okay, all right, let's go into, I guess, is this, yeah, that's planner mode. Okay, planner mode will let us draw Draw streets. I just want to look at the settings here. Cut road into segments. Build bridge. Wow, why does this stuff overlay in a really... Oh, that's annoying. Toggle link snapping. That's U, and then tab is grid snapping. Maybe I'll turn grid snapping off, because we should start by doing... Let's start by doing a road that kind of goes along the edge of the water, all along the bay. And I'm just wondering here...
I don't have any problem with that. The only thing I would suggest is if we zoom out and at least put an X on the map that says, here is the airport, here is the rail link.
I don't know if there are airports in this game yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I don't...
I'm okay. All right, that's fine.
There is
it's
some...
Like, where do you...
There's some way to label things, but where is it? There's some way to label things, but I just don't remember how, to be, if I'm honest. Okay. This is the... Okay, let's just use the standard roads for now, and we'll increase the capacity as needed. It's kind of organically here. So I do like the idea of connecting us up to a town, and then that's road... That's
perfect, because it's a straight line, and we can just build out it.
Well, okay, let's go back into the grid snapping mode here, so... And we'll make nicer curves afterwards, but let's just take a road that kind of follows this valley. And
as long as that's not the Fraser River or something exciting like that.
Yeah, Jesus. Okay, and then just go straight down to the kind of the edge of the bay here. How many squares do I want to leave? We can go...
I wonder if they're putting any effort into climate change, into city planning in this game.
Well, I think they do have some plans to do that. Like, they don't want to do the traditional they don't want to do the traditional disasters that you see in like SimCity games, like, you know, I don't know, tornadoes and stuff. They want to do
No. I think you should. I think that you should have be fun to have a game that is reasonable as possible. It looks at where technology is changing and what its potential is.
Mm-hmm.
And what does it take to sort of, between food, power, whatever, to really work in a climate friendly fashion or whatever, or at least make that a really serious challenge.
For sure.
And something that you could model over time. Like, if you it's not as easy as this, but if you think about the computer generation, which has basically ended, it's getting pretty esoteric now, but there was that law, right, of doubling every couple of years. And you could use that reliably over a fairly long period of time, 30, 40 years, whatever, in terms of knowing what computation you were capable of doing in a given amount of time.
So you're saying that, but like with climate change. Okay, hang tight.
There's certain technologies.
So I'm going to let's take a look at this road I've planned here, because if I don't know if I can. I guess I can unclick. And what if I just unclick? Does it disappear, or does it? Oh no, it stays there, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. Okay, I just right click. Okay, so I've got a road going on this side of the bay, quite close to the bay actually. We may find that we end up like deleting that and leaving ourselves more space for specific buildings and stuff, but I think it's cool. We'll just do both sides of the bay here. What was that? 4.47 million. Yeah, it's going to use up a huge chunk of our budget, but I find it's useful. We can also build farms along this road and then eventually kind of rezone them into, at first we can make a city that's kind of at that crossroads up there and just kind of radiate out from that crossroads. And then...
I see. Build your way down the bay where it's basically agricultural until
it gets developed. Yeah, I think that could be cool. Yeah. We'll just kind of wing it. I find... we'll come up with some ideas as we build here, I think. How much farther have I got to go here? Yeah. Oh.
And from a radial pattern point of view, I mean, there's a natural curve, like if I can put it this way, the ribs of the ship sort of around that bay. In a sense, you are creating a radial pattern as you parallel this initial what have you. Now, I mean, hopefully you're leaving enough for like serious natural areas and shit like that, right?
Well, yeah, we can.
I don't want this to be like a block from the fucking beach or.
Why don't we plan a park on that little?
And let's be
there.
serious. Like, let's cut around the body of water. Like, let's go serious Central Park here. I mean, again, like, how mmany houses could fit in that area?
Well, we'll see. We'll let it build in.
Is it 20 blocks or is it 2?
We'll see. Look, the best approach of this game is to just kind of start building and get a sense of the scale as you do it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna
Maybe
stop. I'm gonna stop the road there for now, because I don't want to go all the way. That's actually. I think there actually could be a bridge maybe across here, like a big bridge here or something. That could be really cool.
How far is that in real life, according to the game?
Well, it's gonna be hard for like once this stuff starts building up, we'll get a sense of it. I don't have a scale. Okay, so
okay.
well, that's cool.
Alright.
Can we make this into a roundabout? That would be really cool.
Well,
Yeah.
then, see, it's back to the whole radial thing. See, I think there's a inherent capability to sort of
I think so. Yeah.
mentally go in that shape as best possible.
Okay, and then where was the other city? I just want to see in case I want to do like a.
We were running down that side of the bay.
Yeah, and then there's another city on this side of this bay over here, Rolling
Yeah.
Hills. Okay, and then I'm just taking a look at where the lay of the land is, and then eventually we'll have a road that. So I feel like there should be another kind of crossroads up here, maybe a sort of transportation.
I'd be going along the other bay though, enough that you could develop along that bay. I mean, I
Exactly.
don't, again, how big they say, because it's a fucking hill in the middle of that anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then we'll go along this water here and make our way over to this city. I think that's kind of cool. I like the idea of, and then this one, where are we going here? Sorry, losing track. This one maybe there can be a highway that connects it to other highway or rail line or something that connects it to the other further away cities. Kind of like the idea of a city that's, at a crossroads, so to speak. Okay, all right. I'm going to just do this, complete all for 5.8 million. It's going to use up about a quarter of our available funds. GeoGea says New City is a very promising game, but many things are missing, like power plants. From what I understand, they decided to focus on certain aspects and not focus on others. So I don't think there's fire departments. I don't think there's power plants. They didn't want to. Some of the kind of they just sort of decided not to. They didn't want to get into utilities. There's no water pipes either. I mean, it's an interesting design philosophy because they were sort of like. Does anyone really like building water pipes? It's a compromise between like what's realistic and what people actually like doing in the games.
Well, okay, so let me ask a silly question: was that kind of infrastructure truly modeled anywhere close to real in SimCity, or was it just something you had to lay out?
Depends on your mod setup. But yeah, okay. Let's put. Wait a second. Let's actually snip this and turn it into a roundabout.
It wasn't sophisticated, like say the traffic simulator or whatever.
I mean, actually, Cities Skylines has a really interesting water thing where like water has to kind of like the direction that water flows, and like you've got your dirty water out and your clean water in and stuff. So yeah, Cities Skylines did some stuff like that. And SimCity 4, there's some people who've made some mod setups that are. Where's the clipping tool? There we go. Okay, so if I just cut this road. Like right near the intersection here. Let's see if we can do a roundabout. Like clip, clip, clip. Okay, and then where's the bulldozer again here? Jesus, it's been a while. Should be roads. Where's the? My God, I should have followed the bloody tutorial. There it is. It's that one. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, and then we'll make a sort of roundabout here. It isn't going to literally be a roundabout, but it'll kind of function like one.
It's a triangle about.
Two lane, one-way road. That'll do. Does that make sense? I think so. Let's just join it up and... Is it going the right way? Yeah, okay. It's a triangle about. Okay, all right. That looks pretty good. Interesting. And then this road is called Railroad Street. Yeah, it'll be... I mean, you can think of it as a roundabout, or you can think of it as kind of like also a tiny little park. Maybe we'll make it bigger. Let's see. I want to take the. Oh yeah, there isn't room to zone anything in there. We could make it bigger right away and make a big central square. Kind of like a Boston Common style thing. Let's do that. I'm wasting a bit of money dicking around here, but it's not the end of the world. Let's just make it a bigger triangle and make it like a sort of central square, and we'll radiate out from that. So we're getting some radial action that way. Okay. All right. Yeah, OBP Super Gamer was just playing Civ 5 with some family members. Yeah, I feel like with all the COVID stuff these days, playing games online with family is one of the only ways people can see each other, Yeah. All right.
Civ 5. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to zone this as open space for now. And then if I... Wait a second. Dezone existing zones? What is this? No, there's a way to prevent it from... there we go. Allow or prevent overzoning of existing zones. There we go. Okay, now let's grab some retail, and we'll just put retail on this triangle for now. So this will be kind of the central square where the retail will be, and we'll put services kind of near there. And then let's just, we're not going to zone too much. We're just going to go real minimalist and just build some housing right outside of this sort of central area here. That's good. 1, 2. So it'll just be a little village for now, and the rest will zone agricultural. And so we're probably going to need to upgrade this road because it's a little bit small for, like those roads only have like a 30 kilometer an hour speed limit or something. One of the things I've said this before, those of you who've watched me play this game before, you know, it's a bit repetitive.
Is that as good as it gets?
What do you mean?
It's 30 kilometers and that's it?
No. It's just that, so the thing is, one of the things I find troubling in this game, or troubling, one of the things I find annoying in this game is that the road width is tied inextricably to the road's speed. So all of your I'll just zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about here.
Oh,
all
okay,
of your
so it's
two-lane
equal opportunity hit the children on the sidewalk kind of driving. So
yeah,
it's
well,
wider
pretty
street, it's faster speed. Okay.
well,
whatever.
wider street is faster speed, yeah, which is kind of crazy because if you think of, you know, so like if I wanted to do I'll just show you whoa, not that map mode. I want to go this one here. Like if I wanted to do like a broad boulevard like that, then it's 80 kilometers an hour, and this one here is 50 kilometers an hour. So we'll probably have to upgrade this to at least 50 kilometers an hour. It's not it's a bit weird that you can't build like you know,
if I were to do it again, I would have done a fork with 2 prongs without even going to the end. But anyways, and doing maybe a little bit of road, but I really don't know. It's okay. Keep going.
Okay. All right. We're pretty much ready. We're pretty much ready to unpause here. We'll start looking at our budget as well. See what our.
Should always be building. We should never pause. Go slow.
We'll see.
Pause.
We'll see.
Make that the challenge. Make that the challenge.
Okay. First farm, first house. What I want to do right away actually is. Oh man, they've changed the layout of these things here, and I kind of like it, and I kind of don't. Okay, we're gonna pin the zone demand up to the top right corner here, so we can keep an eye on that. Hamlets
demand for business versus residential versus whatever.
Well, yeah, the first one on the left here is residential. This is mixed use, and then this is agriculture. Okay. Mixed use is just zones, like it's kind of inner city style zones that can be both residential and commercial. It's kind of cool. It's one of the cool features of this game. So
we can make that triangle the perfect place to start growing that shit out.
Yeah, exactly. But for the time being, we're going to have to try and make some money. We can see... Interesting. I'm not seeing the jobless things. We should also get some charts up very soon, but we'll just wait. I find with this game, you really have to wait until you get to about 1,000 residents or so. Otherwise, think shit gets weird. We're probably going to have to build more residential, so let's think about how we want to do our surrounding streets. We could go in a kind of triangular pattern here, or we could go in a grid and just work our way outward in a straight grid from the road. What do you think?
Oh, let's stick with the triangle for a while. Let's see what happens.
For a bit. We could start. So I'm thinking, like we want to plan a road here. Like we could
just make sure it's wide enough that down the road that's at least like, you know, a city block wide, and it might be partitioned.
Yeah, I mean a city block can be
super buildings.
A city block can be as small as one of these square tiles in this game. Like you can see how small the buildings are, right? It's pretty.
Again, I mean, I'm still learning sense of scale. So I mean, I put it a good clip back, and that means that, you know, when any kind of pattern like that, I think of it in terms of waves of development, or as it scales up. City scales up, you probably replace certain areas with new use, right?
Yep. Let's I'm gonna just be in planner mode here on the edge of the city here. I'm just gonna add kind of a square area, like. I'm
probably full of shit, but I also feel there's an inherent transportation advantage here. I don't know, maybe not.
We'll see. We'll see. I think we're probably going to want to gradually make the blocks more square and just have an easier time building. But for the time being, let's just do something like this. You can kind of radiate out like that. And we don't need much. Maybe we'll continue this road here. Like that. Just kind of make a... Oops. I guess I'm going to expand into the farm area there. That's okay. Okay, and maybe I'll also expand it up here like this. I'm still kind of in free. This is a bit weird. I'm not sure I like this, but it's okay. It's just weird how I don't want to connect that up like that. I think what I want to do is get rid of this and make this like a straight crossing like that. And then wait a second. Oh, come on. Let me click the X arrow there. Okay, now this one. There we go. That's better. That one was weird. And connect that to that. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, I think we're good. Complete all. And let's just take the residential brush here, and we zoned way too much farm. We'll use the this guy, the smaller brush.
Oh, that's right. It's the zone of magic. It's the magic brush.
Can I see the zone? I want to see the zone map view. Where is that? I don't know. It's okay. I just got to be careful not to zone over any of the.
So I'm going to be teaching
commercial.
somebody Civ 5 or Civ 6.
Staticky Cats, been a fan of you for a while. I'm excited for this. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you can make it out. P Super Gamer says regarding the climate, just listening with climate change earlier, I would like to comment that I find the way the Gathering Storm DLC models it oddly compelling. Is Gathering Storm, is that a Civ 6 DLC?
Yeah, I mean, depending on, like, the way I play Civ 6 is I never go beyond factories most of the time. I really don't do the coal furnace or the oil furnace or whatever. Like, you can do the hydrocarbon thing and make certain buildings more productive because they're powered.
Mm-hmm.
And it does, and if you were in a particularly, I mean...
Well, you can see they've already got their sailboats out. This is a cool feature that they added at one point.
The sea level rises, so you got to build dikes and crap like that. And
that's cool.
So it is, you can set how severe it is in the game.
Looks like the sea level is lowering here because their docks are barely long enough to hit the water. This house is like on the beach. We're probably going to want to get rid of this row of houses here eventually because they're a bit too far. They're a bit too close to the beach, I think. We'll see.
I don't know if they kick in the climate effects. I think they're probably missing something actually.
In the Civ 6 still?
Yeah, because I think the first effects, and they're not insignificant, are sea fill, right? Sea level goes up, but I mean, you simply have to expend. You can't buy whatever. You actually have to put the energy out to build the dikes, and then you're cool. I don't know what other direct impact I know of in terms of, like, say, tornadoes or fucking droughts or whatever, and if it's even how well tied in to their climate deterioration model. I mean, I finished the game, I think, before it gets that bad. But
I want to connect this up there. Okay. And then connect that one up
there. But I like the
there.
idea, and it is they do try to bring in a lot of different things, and you can make it more important to your game, if I put it that, yeah. Certainly, they do have good technologies too. They have
That's cool. I'm just going to... so there's two things I want to do here. I'm just going to keep expanding the residential area because we clearly have demand for that. And then I also... we need to... One thing we're going to need to do, and we don't absolutely have to, but one thing we're going to need to do is we're going to... Speaking of climate change, we're going to have to pick an area for industry. Of course, industry has a lot of negative effects, but it is good to have for a city.
Okay, so is it possible, because again, I don't know scale, that we can put the industrial section in the middle of that isthmus between the two bays, so it's at some distance?
Between the two bays? You mean over here?
Yeah, so it's a way, so you have to,
I think that's too far. I think you should be thinking, in terms of where the industry is going to go, I think you should be thinking, like, you see how long these roads are? Like, half that distance is about the farthest that the industry should be, I think. So what I would suggest we do is we pick one area that's going to be industrial, and one area is going to be predominantly.
Just stay zoomed out for a second.
Yeah.
Just because. No, zoom out even more if you can, just so we can.
Yeah. The problem is you're not going to see.
That's
as,
perfect.
Yeah.
There. That's good. That's good enough. I don't know.
I mean, what I'm thinking, so one point I'll raise is that it's easier to build farms in these large flat areas. So if we keep this area kind of clean of industry, we can develop a huge farming area there, which leaves us two possible places to do industry. Either, where's the north arrow? There's actually a north arrow now. Oh yeah, so north is this way. So actually, this is the way the map goes. So we can either build industry to the west of the city here, or we could build it over here to sort of the southeast. Like this could be an industrial park over here, right? It's not the worst thing to put it near the river because it'll build on the density and you know, add prosperity and stuff like that.
That is actually what I would think is scalable in terms of bridgeable too. So eventually, if your city morphs out to both sides, or ferry it or whatever, and bring
employment
to people to
the jobs. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's go for it then. Let's put an industrial area, maybe an industrial area that starts like here-ish. So it's not too close to the city, but it's not too far in terms of. So we'll just do that for now. And then I'm going to actually just take out all of this farmland here because it's not going to grow properly with. It's not going to grow properly
There's
with.
nothing wrong with farm. Nothing. Oh, it's not going to grow.
It's not going to grow. It's not going to like being near industry, is what I'm saying. So we might as well just, you know, we'll just get rid of it for now. Now let's start thinking. What's our budget looking like? I just want to see here what we really want to look at. We can increase some taxes if we need to. Mandatory expenses. Yeah, we're making tons of money. So at this point, we should probably build a school because I find unless this game has changed a lot. Where's the density map? Yeah, there's basically no density. Unless
we did that last time.
Yeah, unless this game has changed a lot, you can't really do all that much without a school. They won't. You find that. So I'll put the school kind of.
It was a major attractant too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly.
Without it, the population didn't go there.
Yeah, so I think the best place is going to be kind of right here in a very central area. We'll just kind of, and we'll try and keep our residential neighborhoods within the radius of this school for now. So let's just drop that there. And that should be good for now. Can we afford that? Not really, but we're about 100k. Our income is about 100k lower than it needs to be to afford that school, but that's okay. We'll build out, or we'll go into debt a bit, and then we'll you know, it'll pay off.
Recollect that debt was no big deal in this game, really.
Not really, no. You can sort of go, you know, you can be sort of overdrawn and not be able to build much, but there's ways to fix that. It's pretty easy. So in planner mode, yeah, okay. I'm gonna try and be disciplined about staying in planner mode. Okay, so we'll start to do a little more radial streets here. Yeah, once I get into this game, I often kind of ditch planner mode because I'm just sort of doing things quickly.
We talk about Civ 6 because there's definitely much more of an edge in Civ 6 to, well, even Civ 5. I mean, there's what they call SimCity mode, right? I mean, when you're playing the game, in terms of you can play the game with a style that, you know, where you create an empire, and if you play your cards right, you know, most conflict can probably be avoided, right? Like you know, and you go for a different.
Are you talking about like a specific game mode, or because I really haven't played Civ 6?
Well,
are you talking about a game mode, or is it just a play style?
A play style, because and particularly in multiplayer, because those who are, if you're playing like 4-on-4, which there's a particular live multiplayer format on right now. Mm-hmm. And it's a much modded game, but it's 4-on-4. So depending on where in the map, you are either generating gold and soldiers and whatever have you for the cause, or you're on the front line and you're fighting for your life. You know what I mean?
Okay, so here's what I suggest. Let's keep this radial pattern. We'll just kind of bend the street grid around until it's sort of.
So the guys that are in the back, that are the supplies, they're SimCity mode.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. All right, let's focus on this for a second here. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm just trying to. I want to get this city going here. So we're getting some apartment buildings because we built a school. We've got some amenities. I want to grow it a little bit bigger before I start spending money on parks and stuff. We have already kind of planned
No,
out.
it's more a matter of I just thought if you planned where you're going to put it, if you had some sort of pattern or big chunks that you would. I mean, again, it's a sense of scale. I mean, you should have as much park area set aside as you have industrial, and certainly on the opposite side of the bay, right?
Yeah, we can also put a park.
And there's also the mountains too, up by the
Yep.
the industrial side too. I mean, you could designate that whole goddamn thing to be a park, right?
For sure, yeah. Why don't we expand the street grid a bit here just to get to a little bit of a critical mass, like I don't know, 5,000 people or something, and then we'll. So I'm just gonna keep going with this, I guess, pseudo radial pattern here. Oh, I guess I'm not in planner mode anymore. Okay, that's fine. We don't need to be in planner mode all the time. This can connect up there. It's not like a total grid here. And then in that wide flat area, we'll do some more grid-like building. Okay. This can connect up there. And I kind of feel like we need another cross street here. Bit of a hectic street grid, but that's okay. Get some smaller square grids in the middle of these larger blocks. I'm gonna actually put one in here too, because I feel like we're not making full use of the space. And then we'll just zone all that residential. I'm gonna rezone some of that mixed use at some point. But yeah. No, I think lots of games are focusing on climate change and stuff. I know this game is fairly traditional in that it just kind of models pollution and doesn't really. But I don't know. At the same time,
Get specific.
Doesn't get specific. But again, they're not doing the power plant thing, right? Let's take a look at some graphs. Let's take a look at some graphs here, because where did we find those again? Because it starts to be useful. Like people with no education, basically everyone. No, it's not that bad. Percent with a high school diploma. Let's pin that for now. 41%. So it went up when we built a school, and then it's starting to drift down as the population grows again. It gives us a sort of a sense. Also in, where is it? Not that one. Damn, I'm trying to remember where they put it. Is it in the query mode? No. They've done... There's a way to look at... Ah, wait a second, it's up here. Show achievements. Okay, show amenity effects. Yeah, okay, so education limit. High school diploma limit 1,000. So I guess that means we need, like, hypothetically we'll need 3 schools for everyone to get a high school diploma. But I don't know, the numbers are always a bit weird. I'm not going to build 3 schools right away. We can't really afford it. But let's pin that there for now. And just kind of see. You get some people who move to your town from other places. So, okay, we're starting to get the help wanted. Yeah, so farms have built up, and we clearly have a bit of a labor shortage. So let's go and...
Those farms are all the way along that far bay, too.
Well, I just zoned it all farms, because... I don't know. I guess in my mind in this game, your main expenditure is building roads, so you might as well zone the roads. Zoning is free, right? But I guess it could create problems in the long run where it reduces your prosperity because it spreads out the jobs more. Let's take a look at... let's get out of this. How do I get out of a... No, I want to go back to... there we go. Okay. Let's take a look at workforce. Positions vacated. No, number of workers. I just want to see... Target unemployment rates, unemployed with total, okay, jobs requiring no education. So I guess we should try and fill those because that's our main, yeah, 1.8 thousand jobs with
yeah, there was this whole thing. I'm remembering a tremendous, when the hell did we do that? Because on the one hand, I don't remember that we streamed it, but I remember...
You were watching a stream, I think.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, you were just watching a stream. So let's just fan this out a little farther and try and get to a point where we can fill all of these vacant positions. And yeah, I don't mind this sort of radial pattern here. This is working out okay. All right. fine. We'll want to do some kind of heavier transportation at some point, but for now, I doubt we're gonna have too many traffic issues. There we go. Just keep going out this way. This also has the advantage that every ring is bigger than the inside one, right? So we kind of grow.
Well, no, exactly. And you can also go like, okay, so you're 5 thick. Well, you can go a whole block. So you can go another 5 blocks on either end. That's another way. You have choices as to how you scale the city. You know, where you put a principal route can be on one of those U's, right? And then so you can just lengthen the city. You're still using the same transportation thing, or, you know, it can support a wider configuration. So you just add another ring out or whatever.
For sure. Staticky Cat. So, you're not being a pest at all. It's always great to have people in the comment section. We
like participation.
Yeah, exactly. We like participation. What am I playing this on? This game is on PC only, so you can get it on Steam Early Access. I don't know if it's on sale right now, but I noticed there's a lot of Christmas sales on Steam right now. Yeah, there's a fair number. It's worth looking at the sales for sure. SimCity 4 is on sale on Good Old Games right now for about $6. So there you go. Wow. Public service announcement. Yeah, so actually, these blocks are reasonably sized because you can see these apartment complexes kind of fill out a big chunk of those blocks. So I have a feeling we'll just expropriate some people and turn some of these squares into parks. I think I'm going to keep building this size here, and we'll just as we need, we'll do that. Okay, so jobs requiring no education, percent with open. We need open jobs requiring no education, not just jobs. So where is that? Jobs requiring. Open jobs requiring no education. Oh, well, that's not so bad. That's not as bad a labor shortage as one would think. There's only 650 people, or 650 jobs that have no people. Now, let's take a look here. It is kind of worth, at a certain point, you kind of get in a groove here, but at the beginning of this game, I find it's worth looking at some of these. What I want to look at is...
Right, so let me ask a
unemployment
silly question.
Rate with... This is bad. Unemployed with no education. What do I need here? I need the unemployment rate, right?
Oh my god.
What?
20,000 selections.
Yeah.
I'm remembering this menu and I'm banging my head against something sharp and...
Yeah. I mean, it's. I think this menu is great. I think it's really cool. I wish that they gave you simple.
Wow. Okay,
no, it's wow and it's cool, and for the most part, you don't really need to pay attention to it. What they need is a series of better indicators, a little bit more like this, and a little bit less like
help
this.
Help me, God! What am I supposed to do?
No, it's not a big. It's not a big deal. You just got to think about it in terms of demographics. So we're trying to figure out. I want to see the unemployment rate. They don't have. Do they have just oh, there we go. Unemployment rate. That's what I want to see. So unemployment rate is 6%. Oops. Wrong. I want to pin this. How do I pin it? Oh, there it is. Okay. And then we can also look at the target unemployment rate. It's kind of interesting. So our unemployment rate is actually lower than the target unemployment rate. So that's good. That gives us a sense that we're not growing too slowly or too quickly. Just make sure I don't accidentally dezone something. So I can get rid of those now. Open jobs. Interesting.
From a park point of view, I would have thought that just as you have, in a sense, an arrow of farms building out from a residential and I guess a mixed business area, bordered on one side by industry to be, that you could also designate a zone on either side of that is like absolutely park, period. Never reclaimed, never annexed, but just 1 block wide follows the city as it grows back.
Oh, you mean you sort of mean like a linear park?
Yeah, a linear park that goes, something that's more ambitious.
Sure. And
I think, because then it actually might support wildlife in ways you don't get. You need bridges.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's wildlife in this game actually, but
no, I know. We're pretending though.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Yeah. Being imaginative. Okay. Yeah. So this. Let me think here. I'd kind of reserve that for Parkland as well.
No, bigger vision. Like I can see all those blocks you built now, almost if they went out radially either side and away. That's still a huge city, a lot of growth to go, and the farm in between. Mm-hmm. You have at least a strip that's, shall we say, left wild and untouched because the industry can grow past it. At least leave it untouched for now. Like constrain your growth in a couple of directions. That's what I'd suggest.
Yeah, okay.
Bigger land use.
Well, I think we should start spreading out along. I think we should actually start spreading out along the coast here rather than outward. Simply because I think we're going to run into transportation issues if we don't. And I think we should start thinking about whether there's going to be a bridge here as well. I think this is the ideal spot for a bridge. Connecting up the...
It seemed to be the right scale, yeah.
So let's actually... So we've got industry here. Let's take a look at our... Where's our zone view?
Is it far enough? Is it far enough?
It's... What do you mean far enough?
Is that like a couple miles from the base of the bay there or something? Like...
Yeah, it's like a mile. And the other thing too is there's lots of space here. I'm imagining, like, okay, here's what I suggest.
Well, you sure shit don't want to go from the other spots right now because it's a pretty long bloody bridge.
Yeah, no, this is a good spot.
You do it in your wild. Yeah,
yeah.
Do it, it's gonna be there.
Where's my density map mode? Okay, so the density is growing around the school as one would expect. What's the education look like? Yeah, I wish that they gave a little bit more detail on this. Anyway, it's getting better. It's getting better. Yeah, I think a bridge here that leads to the industrial area, and then I think this city should focus on expanding it here. So there's a large residential area here that all feeds into this bridge. And we'll make the bridge fairly wide, and we'll have it come in right here. So let's do that maybe now while we're still making some money here. And that can be kind of a structural... I gotta remember how to make bridges in this game. I think it's gonna be
industry right there. Is that the industry right there?
So that's why I wanna.
Do you build wharves or any shit like that in this game? Like, do you have to like
not so
build
far.
a wharf or a pier or whatever? It just magically appears. Maybe
build viaducts instead of embankments. Do I want that? No, I don't want that. I want raise road elevation +1. No, wait a second. There's a way to do this. Where's the bridge pillar? Okay, build bridge pillars. There we go. Okay, so you can see here, it's actually, this is a really cool bridge building mechanism in this game. So I'm going to connect it from here, the shortest point. So we'll go from here, even if I need to delete some stuff. Okay, then you just need to go, you can't go further than that circle. So we go there, and that should actually be good. 3 pillars like that. Each one, they're kind of expensive. So, and that should be a reasonably straight line. Doesn't really matter. It makes these kind of interesting bridges though. Sort of, they kind of curve like in, ooh, that's too close. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can make this work. Otherwise, I should really be in planner mode actually. We'll keep the pillars where they are, but yeah. No, because this is just going to use up all of our money. If I screw it up twice, we'll be broke.
Yeah. Peace. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That looks good to me. And then I just need to... Okay, so we can actually have it... That works there. We've got enough space there. And can I... There are some weird quirks as to how this works here. Maybe I can build it in viaduct modes and have it come down. Maybe the... Oh, that'll be cool. Let's do that. Because we've built this road, so why don't we just have the bridge go over it? That would be really fun. Can I put another pillar here? I just put a pillar there and then have it go down after that pillar? Maybe that'll work. Just see if that works.
You're already creating a slum. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an industrial slum. I like it.
Just kidding.
You know what? I don't want that.
Oh,
That
is where the industrial park is? Okay, cool. That's fine. No.
Yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. There we go. See, it comes down. That's really cool.
Matter.
I love it. Okay, so that's like a boulevard bridge. Wait, did that work? Oh, fuck me. It didn't work. God damn it. Oh, man.
What?
Wait, no. It's because I didn't accept that. Okay, good. Accept that chunk, and then accept that chunk. There we go. That's really cool. So we have this road and embankment that comes down. This should be upgraded at some point. I think pretty soon, actually. And then let's take the... Let's pause for a second here so we're not just hemorrhaging money. Let's connect this up to the industrial area.
Can we scale out? Can we just scale out for a second?
Can I finish my bridge first?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that, and then what I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm done with planner mode now. What I'm gonna do is this is going to, like, you're gonna come across this big boulevard, which is gonna carry lots of traffic because it's a bridge, and then it's going to, I guess, fork out into 2 smaller streets, or maybe an avenue. Could be one-way streets, or it could be an avenue. Let's just do an avenue. That should be fine. Let's go like this and just put an avenue that goes like that. Am I? Oh, I'm still elevated. Shit. Don't do
Why
that.
wouldn't you drive it towards the mountain? Why wouldn't you grow it like a Christmas tree?
Well, I
Making
will.
that. Okay.
I just right
By
now.
that I
Right
mean-
now, I have a road. What I need to do right now is
okay.
that this road does not connect to the road network. So what I'm doing right now is just connecting it, and I don't want to bottleneck it. So I'm going to connect an avenue.
Okay. Okay. No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I'm just
sorry.
going to connect an avenue like so. Okay, and then fuck, what's going on here? Damn it. Oh, okay, it just turns. That's fine. That's fine. Get out of planner mode. Planner mode confuses me. I'm just gonna spend the money. Fuck it. Like that. There we go. Okay, so now
Why didn't you put that little hook on the end?
just because it connects to there's sort of a node there. The roads look ugly if you don't. Yeah, I just think it's cool.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, what the oh, I see what I've done here. Okay, so this is again wasting money here, but okay. Like that. There we go. It's because it was fuck. Okay. Wait a second. I've done something weird here. This is going to cost a lot of money, and I'm just going to keep trying to fix it until the viaduct bullshit in this game is like super annoying. Do I have to go like that and then like that? There we go. Okay, I get it. I have to raise it to that one because this is technically +1, and then lower it down before I click the second time. That sort of makes sense, actually. Okay, that's cool. Lucario, welcome to the stream. Just arrived after a long day out. What do we think about the slope of this? It's a pretty steep slope. Could be adjusted. But I also kind of like it. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm spinning around fast here. It's kind of dramatic. It's not too steep. It's fine. Whoa, that's cool. We can kind of... I just want to look at the other side, too. I'm just getting a sense... Because once we build around this bridge, it's going to be increasingly hard to... this side looks a little bit better. Very steep, though. That's cool. That's cool. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's zone the rest of this area, this boulevard here. Let's zone it industrial. So we've kind of really carved out an industrial park along this bridge. Near the end of this bridge, and then we're gonna need.
And I would just drive it in like a zone, like in the same direction as the bridge. Just keep going in that direction for a little bit.
Yeah. Take the boulevard. I agree. Let's take the boulevard here and expand it.
And that, yeah, true. You can do there. Yeah.
Let's just expand it there. Okay. Now let's go back to our regular streets here and just connect up the whole street grid to that boulevard.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's one thing that we kind of want to do because we've made this sort of arterial road here. I don't want to connect everything directly to it, so let's take the middle one here and connect it. We're gonna have to make these into larger streets, I think, at some point. But how many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I see. Probably make this into an avenue later, but basically I don't want too many intersections with the main boulevard because it's going to create traffic. So what we'll do is we'll make a block like this, and then we'll connect these guys up to that block so that the traffic is not all going onto that big boulevard. Sorry. Let me explain that better. So that there aren't too many intersections on that big boulevard, so that it can be an effective kind of thoroughfare.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes sense. All right, there we go.
I've been torturing myself with IPAs.
Torturing yourself with IPAs? Why? I mean, I guess it's a time of year thing, but
Certain ones of them are the most exquisite beers ever.
Yep.
But they have to be subtle. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of strong IPAs myself, actually.
No, I have a pretty strong limit, but whatever. Once in a while, you have to leap out.
No, for sure. Well, yeah, I guess it's good to try new things, right?
The other thing too, though, is, well, the biggest thing that's missing in some is a bit of fruit. But you can always just sort of cut it with a lager or whatever.
There's like an infinite variety of IPAs too, though. There's like these days.
Well, they
it's
get
like,
silly with the alcohol, right? You know, like 11%.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I personally don't like. I don't tend to like beers that are over about 5% alcohol. Not because of the alcohol content, but because I find that they just taste boozy. I personally, I like beers to.
The original Brador from Quebec which was a pretty straight beer, and it was 9%. And it was just it was like a meal, right? But it was perfectly drinkable, and having one or two of those with like a smoked meat sandwich is like perfect.
Gia is commenting on the bridge system and the slope system. I think
Are we gonna get punished?
I think you're not about the look of our particular bridge, but about the system. I think you're right that it's a very confusing system, but once you understand it, I think they need to rework it to make it easier to understand. But once you understand it, it does allow you to do some incredibly interesting things. I mean, this kind of angled overpass type thing is just not something you can do in SimCity. And I think it's pretty cool. You can create some pretty dramatic angles.
What do you mean? What do you have to do instead?
Well, you're able to do an overpass, but the shape of the overpass, you can't really define the exact angle of it or whatever. I like to appreciate the stuff other than the alcohol and the beer's taste. Yep, I would say that's a decent way to describe it. Okay, we need some cross blocks here. I got an idea. All right, we're gonna designate some park zones soon. But for now, I want to just build out the city. We'll reuse some of the city blocks. Here we go. We'll reuse some of the city. What's that?
Terrible. But anyways.
What do you mean it's terrible?
Not even one wedge is even designated.
Well, no, but we'll do it afterwards.
Nothing original. It must be trampled on. Has to be trampled on.
Well, we'll delete houses. We'll trample on people's houses, and then we're running out of money here. Let me just finish. I'm gonna spend all my money. I'm gonna spend it all. Okay. This needs cross streets, something like this, and we're gonna have to also make some streets into avenues, I think, to just kind of control the. To control the traffic situation. Okay, that's good. And then we just need cross streets here. If we run out of money, I will extend our loan. Ending up with some interesting block shapes here.
So I guess you're gonna go 2 blocks in and make like an almost ring road to the bridge. That would make sense. At least.
I'm not sure what you mean. Why is that not building? Or is it? Oh, I'm out of money. Okay. Hang tight. I'm just going to increase our.
Well, you've got one road that sort of crosses the park, or where the bridge is, right? So you could make that a serious road that goes all the way around to the other side, back to the other side of the bridge, if you know what I mean. Then you've got a ring.
Oh, which road are you mean, like, this one back here? Or we could make.
Yeah, there's like. It's like 2 blocks back or whatever. Maybe it's not far enough back, but you get my idea.
Yeah, I'm thinking we do need to. I think the next stage of development should be. Let's finish up what I'm doing here. Just finish up this grid here. But I think the next stage of development should be some kind of ring road for sure. Make these long blocks. That's cool. I don't mind that some of this.
I like the lack of symmetry, actually.
Yeah, no, me too. It looks kind of like a natural city. This I don't love. I'm gonna fuck around with this a bit here. This is a strange dip. It's funny when it's the way the angles work in this game. It's sort of only once you build something that you kind of get a sense of whether it looks crazy or not. Wait. You need to apply for another loan or raise taxes. Yes, that's correct. I did that. I think there's a bit of a lag as usual. But yeah, no, that is.
It's Christmas. We're gonna take a loan.
Exactly.
Every Christmas we'll just take a loan.
Black Friday, get super sales, and then like spend a bunch of money you don't have.
That's right.
That's right. That's it. Capitalism. Okay. All right. All right. That's good. I don't mind that. Yeah, it kind of has I don't want to say a European feel, but like, those older grids, like some of the older North American grids from the early days of grid building that were sort of like very approximately surveyed, all right, let's just be careful here not to zone over anything we don't want to zone over. And like I said, I think the very next step here is going to be before we do, let's just get all this zoned in. There we go. And we'll expand this area here, and this will be kind of a designated industrial area, but that should be cool. We're also going to need to build more schools. I just drink orange juice. Good enough for me, lol. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. There are only a few kinds of alcohol I legitimately enjoy drinking, mostly sweeter kinds of wine and a couple brands of hard cider. Interesting. Lately, for those of you who don't know, in the chat, when I'm not YouTubing, I manage a bar, and part of the reason that I have more time to YouTube right now is that bars are closed because of the new wave of COVID. So I have lots of opinions about what to drink and not drink. But yeah.
That road should line up though, or it's going to be a screwed up.
What road should line up?
All right, you see a little jog there?
This.
No, a little to the right. Yes, that one. There's a jog. That's got to join up, man. I mean, that's part of the ring road.
You're thinking that's the ring road? I'm thinking the ring road's out here.
Okay, fine. No, that's fine. That's
yeah,
fine.
I think the ring road is out here, and I'm not sure if.
That's good.
Yep.
That's
okay.
Good. That's good. Okay. All right. Fine.
Yep. I'm not sure if it's an avenue or a boulevard, but I'm not going to build it yet. How are we doing here? Open jobs requiring no education, % with a high school diploma. Okay, I want more farms. This is one of the challenges.
On the other side of that road, have you zoned both sides of that road going out of at the top there to be rural?
No. What I'm thinking at this point, actually, so I think we should plan on like this here. This outer road here will be our kind of central, our central avenue of sorts, and we'll plan on a similarly sized grid on the other side of this. That'll be, and then that leaves like all this space here should be a big agricultural valley, I think. You know what I mean? And then eventually over here as well. So, does that make sense?
I'm all into the agricultural. Just make sure it's far enough to hold the people. That's all.
Yeah, and I think we'll expand the city over here as well. In fact, we don't have a lot of money. What's our budget looking like? I'm not going to give them any more schools. I'm just going to leave this to be the kind of the downtown area for now. I'm not going to give them any more schools because I want to. See, that's a nice little commercial district developing though. I want to get more farms, and I think if I build schools, they're not going to want to work on the farm because that's how this game works.
Frank, why don't you go in that direction, right from the bridge, right directly opposite the bridge?
I agree.
Go in that direction.
I agree. So let's farm.
And then you'll bisect those lakes, which eventually will be recreation area.
Yeah.
And this thing is like a 3 million person.
So let's go down to Avenue.
Whatever.
Let's go down to Avenue from the boulevard. We don't need a full-fledged boulevard going out into the farming area. The avenue will be fast enough. And let's try and get all this area.
1.3. Okay.
1.3 million? Good looking out. I should probably check before I build such long roads, but that's okay. You can always extend your credit. I mean, you can extend your credit to a point in this game, at which point you have to start like deleting services. It's kind of neat though, because your services actually count as assets in this game, so you can sell them basically. Okay. We should get more demand for farms. I'm not going to zone any more employment areas that aren't farms because I just want to get this agricultural area built up here.
What are they modeling this on? I'm surprised to some degree on the emphasis of agricultural. Not that it's not a balanced way of planning life, or you would do things differently if you sort of had a blank slate today.
Well, you say emphasis on agricultural, but I find that it's always a challenge in these games because typically the trajectory of like a city builder playthrough is kind of building up quickly, and then there's sort of no consideration is given to farms. So it's too close. So I find there's some graphical glitches for sure. I think I've got it on fairly low graphics. At some point, remind me and I'll do this. At some point we will.
You refuse to line things up in places. It's hilarious.
Well, I'm just using the nodes on the roads so that it doesn't make a big mess. Because of the way the roads work with elevation in this game, it gets a little bit wonky. I could make a template and do this, but I'm kind of enjoying the freehand right now. We'll do some templates later.
No, it doesn't have to be a template.
Okay, there we go. We'll make a nice farm grid here and just make sure we don't override anything. And I'm going to try and get this to... I'd like to get it to try and expand and fill the whole valley.
Oh, okay, there we are. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And of course, I think the city will grow outward into this and kind of,
So in this game, what gives you more employment? Farming, industry,
Well,
Are you able to get some
industry.
symbiosis going? What was really cool in being in Bone
in France.
Bone in France is, of course, they had a lot of manufacturing and of the specialized farm equipment used for grape growing and viniculture and all that stuff. You know, the special tractors and all that stuff. It was quite something, really.
We're up to 10,000 population here. Just commenting.
Are you serious? 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense. I mean, that checks out. If you look, I find the demographics in this game are reasonably realistic. I mean, that kind of looks like it could hold 10,000 people. I don't know how many.
So do we have what it takes to continue to grow our industrial zone?
I don't want to. I want to grow the farming zone now. I kind of want it to fill out this.
Okay, and is there a way to go, less industry and more commerce or education or
There is. What did you do?
No, it's just old age and creaky knees. That's all.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Okay. Is there a way to? Yeah, there is. Ultimately, we educate people and we make choices about when we build our university and stuff. We make choices about what faculties we bring and stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were fussing around trying to figure out what would do what to sort out this employment situation or some silly thing as well or whatever.
Yeah, well, and the other thing we should think about is...
All I know is it was successful. It was successful. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But expensive, maybe. I don't know.
Let's see here. I'm gonna go out another one here and just kind of keep filling this up. This whole area here, and we'll connect that up there. I'm not too worried about where
you're gonna put industrial farming by a small water system. What kind of ecologist are you?
What do you mean?
Like,
this little
no way
puddle
you
here?
put those farms by the body of water. No,
this little puddle here?
That puddle there, yeah, no, you're just going to destroy it. I mean, the way going down the middle is fine. You've got some land to sort of buffer the effects of the agriculture, and you can't have too much agriculture or literally.
Look, man, people got to eat.
They do, right? But you got to do it right, or you just poison shit. Like
no, I know. Well, that's not a drinking puddle. That's just they'll use it for irrigation or something, right?
Bye. Bye.
What's the plan for that triangular block at the center? The triangular block in the center, I have this zone color here is an open space zone. I'll stick a park in it or something. We'll see. New amenities, small park. Apartment living is starting to feel like a real city. These are just little notifications it gives us. Okay, so obviously our education level is going down. We have demand for offices now, but I'm not going to satisfy that demand. I really want them working on the farms. I need to fill out. This is the problem with this, with these city building games, is like as soon as you start to get offices and stuff. What's up?
That's a huge amount of farm area. Wow. Okay, never mind.
I mean, but the thing is, I feel like
just looking at it at the amount of area compared to the urban area.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's kind of that's normal, right? In fact, I'm finding this little strip here kind of ugly, so let's connect this up here and plan to kind of fill. I guess no, this can begin to be urban.
You've got to leave some space for serious parks. I mean like something the size of one of those lakes parks. Serious. And you should literally, in a sense, almost like carve off.
What about up here?
The whole land. Well, no, you've got to have some land. If you look at the land to the north of that strip of lakes, and you just take a swath of it, and that is just all parked to the other water mass, and never to be developed. So you've already said city this size or something. Then you're doing something serious in terms of like, are you leaving an ecosystem? Are you leaving, bodies of water? Are you leaving, true buffer, true space to whatever?
I think we need more residential. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an interesting idea.
And the other question is at what stage in terms of the growth of your city?
Maybe I think this is the best place for a park. I think up here we can have a big northern park area to the north of the city.
Yeah. Okay. Like I'm not telling you where. I'm just saying there has to. I think we got to think big. But also, how is your residential going to intensify?
Yeah, well, the residential is going to intensify. Kind of in this harbor area here. I think. Let's Yeah, let's take this road here because I need a lot more residential. Actually, I don't think I have enough jobs to fill up all these farms. So, whoa. What if we? That's gonna get ugly. Let's do it outward from here. Otherwise,
enough people, you mean? You mean enough people, or?
Well, I need more people to fill these farms. But one of the challenges with agriculture in these games is it's always like as soon as you start building the city up, there's sort of like you shift your focus completely away from farms, and so. Like, I almost wish, in some ways, I almost wish the whole area had farms in it when you start. And what you do is you build a city in the, you know, you're building an urban area in an area that's already.
Oh, that's funny. I'm reading Neil Stephenson's, the System of the World, or the Baroque Cycle, or whatever it's called. And,
okay, this is getting very radial. Do I want that?
No, it's talking about London, of course, in the mid 1600s to early 1700s, that kind of thing, and the degree that which there was farmland and estates and whatever, and how the city grew to sort of envelop them, etc., etc., etc.
Sounds interesting. I don't know if I've heard of that. But
it's just woven into what's a good. Well, it's just woven. This is a fiction book, somewhere between fantasy, science fiction, and just. Like,
oh, okay. I thought this was a history book.
No, but the history in some respects is very accurate. It's the days of Isaac Newton and Leibniz.
All right, let's grab.
It's fun.
Cool. That does sound interesting. I'm going to fill out these blocks here. These blocks are a bit too big, I think. We might have to bisect some of these blocks and put narrower streets in them, but we will, you know, we can also use them for parks, as you had suggested. Craig Gerchinoff, welcome to the stream. Reminds me, though, the one good thing about having a dad who isn't talkative. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Reminds me, though, one good thing about... Oh, yeah, well. Staticky Cat, thanks for hanging out. See you next time. Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. I'm going to want to take a break reasonably soon, just a little 2-minute break. But I just want to get a sense here. I can put it into the faster speed, but you can see here how this kind of goes red. Basically, and this is a problem I think they still basically haven't fixed. Basically, it can't do it. The simulation can't do it.
And do what?
Well, it can't go at the faster speed. It doesn't really work. You can sort of push it, and it goes a little bit faster than speed 2 here, whatever this is called.
I would just leave it running and let it sit for a while and grow.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly, like, when I take a break, I'll leave it running because I find I've done some experiments in this game.
Like a fair bit of space.
At one point,
is there enough to find on the industrial side in terms of? Whatever?
We got lots of space in the industrial side, and we're gonna need more.
In terms of grid. In terms of grid, that's about okay.
Yeah, there's. I mean, I'm imagining all of this is just gonna be a big industrial area right here. Yeah. And then I think this will be kind of our agricultural area as well as maybe some. I don't know. We'll see. I think the city will expand northward a bit here, and it'll be kind of along the bay and then northward, and the city will kind of be along here, and then we will put a big park area up here with these lakes. I think it's a good idea, and so we will continue to do more farming, I guess up here if we need to, but I don't think it's going to want. I don't think it's going to develop more farms, unfortunately, for the time being. The simulation simply can't. Was that?
I'm surprised how far those farms actually go. Like, look how far they go. Like,
they just take a long time to develop. It takes a long time for the simulation. Like, see how this one is taking like ages to fill out. And that's why I built more residential.
To fill it in.
Yeah, and the same thing goes with this housing. Like, it's. I don't know what we'll need to do to get more people in here. Let's take a look at some indicators here. Because
you always cheat. Close your eyes. Go over budget and put a school in.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can put...
Or a university or college, you know.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see, actually, what if we put, like, an agriculture school? I wonder whether that... Because this is really... These have a big effect here. So, +2 education, +2 value, stuff like that. I think we get that from the school. But if we put too many schools, then there just won't be any demand at all for the farm zone. But let's take a look at some of the other amenities we can build here. The library... increases the high school diploma limit and builds community. So we probably want to overlay a library with that original school. The community college gives us, what does it give us? Value.
Did you not sort of spread it out so that maybe it gets the draw power for people there? You got a school in one spot, you got a library over here, like.
Well, what I want to do is overlay them in one area so that do I get density from this? I want to overlay them in one area because it will, like, there's kind of a synergy between them. Like, what do we get here? We get 2 value from the school, 1 value from the library. So if we want to make this area here into a kind of downtown area, we need to increase the land value by concentrating certain services. So it's almost like you have schools everywhere, but you only have a school and a library and a community college in this sort of central area. Otherwise, that's how you get this game. That's how you sort of designate your downtown in this game, is by piling services to a certain degree. We actually don't have enough money right now. Let's increase taxes because we're offering substantial services, right? A school. And property tax up to 1.5. I'm just going to do this very incrementally. Eventually, I've actually broken even in this game before and actually started...
Tax the capitalists.
Exactly.
Take on the industrialists.
Exactly. Okay, let's drop... Wait, I still want more farms, though. Anyway, I guess we can put... Can we build a university yet? What do we need for a university? I'm trying to see, does it give us the requirements? Art museum. Oh, wait a second. There we go. University. What do I need for this? Oh, it doesn't tell us. Oh, this is one thing that I had sort of... Where's the university quad? University quad. Not unlocked. How do I unlock it? Can I see how I unlock it? This is something I had commented on the on their Discord at one point. Achievements.
Oh. You
Yeah,
might want to put it in
that,
you
like...
might want to put the... Is there an advantage to putting the university? No, I guess not.
There's an advantage to putting the university. Like many things in this game, there's an advantage to putting the university reasonably close to where all your services are concentrated. Why don't we leave this corner here for the university? Maybe the university goes here. It's kind of under this hilly area or something like that, so that it's close to the downtown area, and we don't. We want to overlay multiple services in one area to create kind of a downtown. Otherwise, we're never going to get any density. You can see here we're already starting to get density around that school, but yeah. Okay. But we haven't unlocked the university yet, and I don't know. One of the things that annoys me, and that I've commented on before, is I need...
We got there last time. I know we did.
Well,
okay, sorry. Yep.
And
carry on.
What's annoying about this is... It doesn't tell me what I need to do to unlock this. Like, the university quad, like, I wish it gave me...
It's useless.
Yeah, that's like, it should give me some kind of thing, like, if you want to build this, like, do this, or whatever. Now, I'm pretty sure we'll get it as a reward at some point, but for the time being, let's focus on... Let's place a library in this central area here, and then we'll place... So, the library can go maybe up here, okay? And then the community college is very expensive, I think. Yeah, it's very, very expensive. We really can't afford it. Can we even afford the library? Yeah, we can afford the library. And then let's do some parks. So, amenities, parks. We've got a number of... We'll go with small park, and we'll put a small...
So are there any other services that we have to build beyond, like, health or, like...
Yeah, there's health, too. There's health. When that would be one of the next things we'll build. So I'll put a small park in this triangle. It kind of fits in okay. And how much... Just kind of taking a look at our budget here, what we can afford. We've got... Oh, yeah, we've got mandatory expenses of 2.3 million, loan interest of 1.4. So we still have... Oh, actually, we're basically at budget there. But no, we've got a little bit of room. Typically, I find with this game, you're better to just build until you hit a problem. And then public beach, that's definitely a...
Build until you bleed?
Yeah. Let's extend our loan here and make a public beach. I feel like it's the obvious thing to build in this city. So there we go. And where can we put it? Maybe right here, kind of right downtown, public beach, or off to the side.
I don't know. Let's see. Can we not be more expansive and just say the whole point?
This whole area? Well, there's interesting amenities, waterside amenities. It might be good to put a variety here. I think a beach here would be nice. And then it's kind of cool how the graphics are they're still working on it, but it's kind of cool how the beach is just like the objects just kind of build on the why is it That's annoying.
Hmm.
Oh, they're kites. I see. So if I go down to like super slow speed, it takes a while for it to change speeds actually. If I go down to like 0.
Interesting how they do the graphics on this thing. Actually, it's almost retro, I would say.
Well, but it's interesting because on the one hand the graphics are very they're very simplistic. On the other hand, it's not like it requires a pretty substantial graphics card because there's a huge amount of stuff being animated. I mean, there's a huge, you know, the taxing on your processor and your graphics card is not insubstantial. At some point, I will slow the game down and I will max out the graphics. Like I'll put it in like full, you know, whatever, and we'll take a look at. I did that last time. We won't be able to actually play it or advance the simulation like that because my graphics card just can't handle it. But
you could get a frozen pictures.
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if I can I can sort of, you know, so we can get a better appreciation because this blurring is basically the result of me turning the graphics down. It's also not perfectly optimized, so it's probably not running as well on the kind of PC that I have as it should. What do we got here? Balance 50. Wait, no, that's our cash flow. Cash flow over loan interest I find is the easiest way to get a sense of where your budget's at. So we're definitely at the absolute limit of what we can afford in terms of services. So we got a beach and a library. I am going to take a 2-minute break, I think, and I'm going to leave the clock running.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the clock running and we'll see if some of these farms develop. We'll look at some stats when I get back. Maybe I'll zoom it in so you guys can see this central square. Just find a nice thing for people to look at while I'm taking a break. Of course, these animations, it's interesting. The animations seem to have struggled to slow down. Like those animations.
Now it's clear.
Well, see how the cars slow down, but like the flags that are waving in the wind don't. Like oh, there we go. It takes it a long time to go from one speed to another. Interesting. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it on speed 2 though, because otherwise nothing's gonna happen. So hang tight. I'm just going to put my be right back thing on and make sure that they. There we go.
Make a cup of tea. Make a cup of tea.
I'll be right back.
Make a cup of tea. But I'm not trying to be. There. Not really. Uh,
Okay, I'm back. Let's
here.
slow it down. Well, I guess I'll just, there we go. Gonna, okay. It's gonna flicker for a second. Okay. All right. So, getting some background noise from your end there. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's see here. I think so. We have a public pool now. What's that?
I shift the kettle.
Oh, you were literally making tea. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I am making tea. Yeah.
So you can see there's some sick people. We don't have a lot of money, so our choice is to extend our loan further and keep building. We might also zone some office space, which would be nice. I guess the office space should be in the densest area, but the office space actually has some negative effects.
Why are we ignoring the sick people? I'm just trying to capture that idea.
Because I was hoping to fill out these farms, but it wasn't really very successful. I guess we'll just leave this and we'll let it gradually fill out. Let's put a clinic.
What night is it? Anyways.
Yeah, exactly. It's Scrooge running the city. Okay. Yeah, Ebenezer Scrooge is the name of the mayor, I think. Okay. Let's put this clinic covers a pretty wide area. Let's put it here so it covers everything. And we're now going to be really losing money, but that's okay. And then we will. Let's see here. They don't want any more industry. We need to get a large factory at some point because that's going to unlock.
I seem to recollect the last time we played this thing that though we defined an industrial area, it was surprising at how slowly it grew, to be honest.
Well, you have to create certain conditions for it to grow. And part of that is an educated workforce. What the hell? Oh, my clinic is abandoned because there's no one to work in it because there's not enough educated people. All right, let's.
What the?
I don't know what's going on there. Oh, it's come back. It's come back. Okay, it looked like it was just a grad. So you can see it. Help wanted. We need to find we can put a clinic, but if there's no one to work in it, then we're no.
So we got to figure out what quite's out of balance so that we can sort of get the momentum going in the other way. Somehow, how do we get more money that we can invest in just a couple more things? And then
I just ramped up property taxes, and then I'm going to extend our line of credit further, and then I'm going to build the community college. I don't think we're going to expand the city until we get a little bit more of an educated population going on. We don't need a police station, so let's grab the community college and stick it relatively close to the downtown area. Kind of, yeah, take advantage of its wider radius here again. Oh, 28 million. Well, just extend the line of credit further. And we will.
Fuck, that's 28 roads right there. Wow.
What's that?
I said that's like 28 serious roads right there. Wow. Okay. Yep. Carry on.
Yep. Okay. So there we go. Now we should start to get more density. Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll get up to like a 4 density or whatever, but I'm not sure. And we want to see what's our high school education limit? 9,000. Okay, so that's like half the population. Maybe we'll put some more schools and parks and stuff. Let's also take a look at, it's really important to check on these guys every once in a while. Nature +5, value +14, law +1, density. So we're going to need a building that's going to bring density for sure. Education +19. Oh yeah, so that's actually, most of the population is covered by, I don't think that these overlap. I think that gives us a sense that like out of the 20,000 or so, something like 14,000 should be able to be educated. It's a little bit confusing, their system. Community +8. Technology, we don't know very much. Business, tourism, prestige. Okay, what else?
Last time I seem to recollect, we're doing things that by common sense should make a difference, but we had no true clue as to the impact.
Yeah, well, that's kind of that's kind of an ongoing issue in this game. We have access to a central library, which is kind of cool. I almost want to move the library that we did build and build the central one instead, but it's very expensive. Very expensive. It gives us a lot of bonuses, but we'll just hold off on that. That seems like something that the city of 10,000 or 20,000 doesn't need. Maybe we can go for, what do we get here? From the tennis court, we get health, and that would have been smart, actually. We could have built a tennis court instead of a clinic and gotten health from the tennis court. Let's put a tennis court out here. I find getting a variety of different services is a good approach to this. We already have a small park. What was basketball court? Community and health. So we'll build it. We're just going to overlap a bunch of services in this central area and then deal with whatever it costs us after. Ice rink, public pool, public beach. I don't think we need a public pool. Marina. I want a marina for sure because we've got this. This is why I wanted to leave a little bit of beachfront area open here. Place next to water. We can put a marina there. We can put a marina there. That could be cool. Let's stick it on the industrial side here. Or maybe, no, you know what? Let's try and keep all our, let's kind of pile our positive amenities on one side. See if we can, get some, okay, so now let's see how much we have to raise property taxes to pay for those services. 4.5%. That's not so bad, right? No, we're still in the negative. Let's go to 5% and see how bad. I don't know what, one of the things I've never noticed in this game is how, going on here. That's just a graphical glitch, I think. Don't love it though. So we'll see. Open jobs requiring no education. So I think we definitely need more residential zones, although this zones in demand thing is not evolving very quickly. We do need an office zone for sure. Now, as I mentioned before, the office zones, they require density, but they also bring... Oh, there we go. We're getting some level 4 density here. They also bring some negative stuff. They take away from like community and stuff. So city hall. Oh, city hall is a good one. It brings you density. Let's get some off. Let's figure out an area that we want to be office zones. Thankfully, we have these large blocks here. I don't know if I like the idea of offices along.
But is it an area that's going to grow? Is it something that we want to say grow on the side of the city towards the industrial zone? Or
well, that's what I was going to say actually. Like it could be, maybe this block here, this whole block here will be designated kind of an office zone. I've got an idea for that. It's going to cost us a bit of money, but there's nothing is free, right? Okay, so let's.
Can you go even one block further around the ring? Is what I'm saying. Like I don't know.
It needs to be in the center of the city because it won't grow.
Absolutely the center. Okay.
Yeah, it won't grow unless there's density. So let's put a road in here and make this kind of interesting block shape like that. I'm just going to pause for a second and I'm going to expropriate all these people, which is going to cost me a fair amount of money. But we'll figure it out. What does that sound? Okay, there we go.
That's ouch. That's just an ouch.
Okay, all right. Whoa. Don't overlay the zones. And then I want to use this guy, and we're gonna... Oh, yeah, we actually do want to tab. Okay, there we go. So just on the inside of this block here, and I guess on the outside too.
We're gonna have to take the spice so that we can be present. What we're gonna have to start doing.
You mean like in a Dune sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Read the future, right? Zone it right. Just have
exactly.
it grow.
Yeah, exactly. Where's my? Oh, God damn it! These icons. I don't love them because like you have to memorize these stupid little icons, and then there we go. That's the one. So there's our office. Okay, that's what I want that to be office 2, and
Okay, so
then
where's it going to be? Because let's stop expropriating shit. Let's just let it grow in a direction after a
no.
couple
But if we don't
expropriations.
zone it,
Become.
it can't grow at all. So
Okay, but are we going a little bit around the bay to the left and just leaving everything else residential on the other side, which would be cool, and then some, natural
what I
shit
want to
or
see is where there's some traffic, and like honestly, there isn't really much. So that's not
I
gonna
didn't
help
think
us.
you were in love with the whole traffic thing, though.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
like
a kind of an interesting divider because it does part the whole city in a sense in two, doesn't it?
what? Which one?
Just that little triangle there. It's a sort of
Mhm.
unusual way. Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah, no, I think it's cool. I think we're gonna want to upgrade the road network at some point too soon, but I'm not really seeing any substantial traffic for now. So,
No.
Staticky Cat, welcome back. Yeah. Okay, so we have demand for commercial zones. I don't think we need to. Yeah, we've still got help wanted in some of these too, though. So, how we doing on budget here? Seems better.
Okay.
And what do we got here? Out of town rail. That's the train station thing, which I don't want to get into rail quite yet, but could be interesting at some point to try and bring a rail station relatively close to the office area. We've got these big blocks, so it's not that hard to. You don't have to expropriate too much to get people.
Yeah.
We've actually got more office zones than commercial zones right now. What makes this game different is the traffic congestion isn't a bad thing to have, and to some extent necessary in some of your city. Yeah, sure. Although, I mean, and they seem to have changed it a bit. I mean, one of the comments I had
It
made.
indicates that everything else is prospering, like from a business point of view or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
it can. It can. Okay, we've got actually some crime. That's interesting. And we've got our education is very good.
Certainly, if you look at the traffic downtown in New York City, I mean, congestion certainly can be in the name of the day, right?
Yeah. Okay, this is the land value heat map. So we can see land value obviously follows the water, and then also this area here is higher land value because we've piled services there. So we've got kind of our and then this is the density map. And what have we got here? This is community. So community seems to be all focused around, again, the services. And then health. Oh, everyone's healthy. Looks good. Okay. And then traffic, not much to see. It's an interesting traffic mode. It really just shows you exactly where the cars are.
Although I feel that it's not natural. I certainly would not be growing anything industrial along the coast anymore. I would drive it inland only.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Even though it's bizarre to have a residential or commercial zone past it, still preferable in terms of land value and land use.
Yeah. We might be able to make a second commercial area near this bridge here. In fact, why don't we do that? Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Where's the big mega park, though? I want to
the mega park is going to be up here. That's the plan. It'll be up.
And I literally want it to be at least that big. I mean, I want it to be like.
Okay, I can agree to that. We got a little bit. The only issue I can think of here is we've piled some services in here and created a kind of downtown-ish area here, but a natural downtown area would also be in the approaches to this bridge. So
yeah, I was assuming that was the first place of expansion, that it was just going to be growing like all the way around that bay.
All right, let's go to this stupid map mode here. Let's start doing. We'll go to planner mode here again. Let's start. Okay. I don't want these stupid linking things. Okay, there we go. Grid snapping or whatever. Okay. Let's do that, and then let's divide this block in two like that, and keep building the grid outward. We'll overlay some of our farms here.
I'd be interested to see what this game does if you... Like, the way I'd be growing this city is the residential that's on that side of the bay just keeps growing all the way along the coast, if you will. Be simplistic. But in the real world, you really do want natural coastline. It's an important interface, right? In terms of I don't know, healthy ecology. You know,
Surely
fish
New City
breed
and
there. Go ahead.
Surely New City and SimCity 4 have a much better traffic system than SimCity 2013. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I never really spent much time in SimCity 2013 because I just wasn't interested. But yeah, it does, like, the traffic system is definitely, you know, it's very, I think I would describe it as ambitious. This game has an ambitious traffic system, and that is a good thing, and then also kind of a bad thing sometimes. So in the sense that it's kind of sometimes biting off more than it can chew, I think. But they you know, they had a development diary a while back for this game, where they discussed how they had initially made this very, very ambitious system that was trying to model really individual citizens' behaviors in the city, and that, to me, kind of like it's you know, the subtitle for the game is New City, a regional city builder, so it kind of like conflicts with the big city thing, right? Because on the one hand, you're simulating, you know, tiny interactions. On the other hand, you're trying to build a really big city. So it'll be interesting to see how it evolves. I know that they have decided to axe, you know, to really simplify their traffic simulator modeling and stuff, and to not model quite as much as they had initially thought they were going to. Okay, now it wants more commercial as well. So let's just take this zone here that's right near the bridge and make it commercial. Okay, and then we'll let this grow. I think we can also think about putting more schools down to try and spread the education out, spread the density out a bit. What's the education map mode here? There we go. All right. I don't want any more of these for now. I think we're in good shape. No, that's the destroy button. Down here, what do we got? Oh, clinic, police station, and city hall. City hall is going to be a priority. Let's place some schools down first. And then I said that we were going to do some parks, so we will soon. All right, let's put a school here.
I got one college already, right?
Yeah, let's put a school there. Let's put a school up here. Okay, and then let's put a school. That area is fine. That's probably good for now, actually. Maybe one right here, kind of overlaying or something. What do we got? We got one. That is hard to see. We got one there and one there. Maybe one down here.
Yeah. If you're gonna do the residential, do the residential.
Exactly, and then
you shouldn't have to do anything more, and then just add to those four for a while and get, you know, a real city rocket and roll.
Okay, now for the time being, let's spread some. Let's look at what do these do? These bring nature and value. Let's take a look at the land value map here, and let's put some parks. Yeah, we can see there's low land values up here, so let's put some parks in the residential areas that have kind of low land value. So maybe one there, and
that's kind of trippy, actually.
What's that?
I said that's kind of trippy. Basically, put the parks where the poor people are.
Well, and also just like put the parks where you're going to get the most benefit from them. I mean, so far what I've been doing, I mean, because the land value, you know, the land value turns into tax revenue, right? So it's not, I mean, not to sound Machiavellian, but it's not entirely. Oh,
we're not trying to tax poor people out, but whatever. I mean.
Yeah. No, exactly. But
it's quality. It's always a balance between quality of life and everything else.
No, exactly. But it is kind of interesting. One thing I find very annoying is that I've placed some parks. Okay, then now I can see them, so I can see that I have a park there. Where else could I put one? Maybe up here. Yeah, we can see some areas here that are kind of lower land value. There's one there. That should be good. Looks good to me. I've pretty much covered off. Let's get it out of this map mode again. And yeah, let's see. The next thing to place would be the city hall. That's going to be a big amenity, and it brings density.
Sorry. Where is the? If you could just sort of circle around where the school is right now.
The school, the community college. This is the community college.
Oh, it's smack down in the middle. But where, like, you're going to put the university? Like, there's no space for a university.
The university is going to go. I was thinking up here.
Oh, why don't you put the government side on the opposite side to it in the city, so that, you know, you've got two attractors down there,
Well, there's a. I mean,
across a significant area. I mean, because government, like, what else grows around the government? Are there other
well,
sources
so what I'm
around
looking
there,
at.
hospital or
What
whatever?
I'm looking at right now is the density map mode here, and
Okay.
you know, we want to like see how it's like 4 squares out of like, I don't know, 10 or something. Like if we want to get big buildings at some point, we're gonna have to overlay a lot of things in a small area. Now, one idea would be to put the city hall along here where the marina is, so that it kind of, because you can see we can getting density here because of the commercial area I laid down. So we could put it here and then you know, kind of fill in this gap here.
To have built a beach and then just sort of wipe it out with the city hall.
Well, I'm not going to wipe it out. I'm going to build it on the opposite side. Where let's just see what it looks like here. I'm going to build it.
That's just a sorry background.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry to hear about that. So why don't we put it like here, because then it actually overlays both. It overlays both of our kind of commercial areas almost. Yeah, like right up against the marina here, we could have a city hall building. And then there we go. And out of that. Okay, we've got an alternate tax. What's the oh no, that's just sales tax. We already had access to that. Okay, how are we doing on loan interests? Okay, we're actually making money, so we're in good shape. We're not making money because we're spending money, but if we were to let the clock run, we would eventually pay off our.
We're turning the corner so that it's not like the sword of Damocles really is resting on the top of her head. Okay.
Mm-hmm. City Skylines seems to be more like Operation Stack Simulator. For those who don't know, Operation Stack Stack is a procedure that the UK police do in case of failure of the Eurotunnel. Basically, endless micromanaging of traffic. Yeah, the traffic micromanagement is a little bit silly, and I find it's funny when you make a city builder and your main focus is traffic management. Well, there's so much more to cities than traffic, as you were, I think, pointing out with New York City. On the one hand, from a purely traffic management point of view, you could look at New York and just be like, this city's a mess, like a complete failure. On the other hand, the traffic is
works.
Well, and the traffic is actually, it's hard to get around. There's no doubt. I mean, it's, you can take a subway train from like Manhattan to Brooklyn. Like that's something you want to do maximum, twice a day. And people are late all the time. I mean, every time I've been in New York City and I'm meeting a friend or something, like 1 out of 2 times they're like, oh, I'm 15 minutes late because of the subway or something. Right. But I mean, that's kind of, almost a symptom of a city that in a lot of ways is successful rather than a failing. We've got some buildings, interesting compounds built up against the beach there. Interesting.
It's certainly one of the aspects of Montreal that makes it an amazingly successful city, I think.
Yeah.
It's the subway system. Same with Paris.
Yeah.
Same with London.
Yeah, a good subway system is definitely good to have. What can we do here? We don't have much demand for agriculture, although the demand for agriculture is popping back up. And look, those farms, let me get out of this mode. Those farms are starting to fill out. I kind of made the blocks.
Okay, good.
Yeah, good. That's good. Yeah.
In fact, there's a lot of area yet there for growth.
Oh yeah, for sure. Up in this middle area here was I was imagining a big agricultural valley. What's going on? Oh yeah, I see. So I've actually got a gap in the grid here. Let's fill that in. Because we seem to have an insatiable demand for residential areas. Yeah, we'll just link these up here, every second one or whatever. Really? And put that one there, and this one can link up maybe. What? What are you scoffing at?
I'm not scoffing at anything. I'm just looking at the geometry. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean this game kind of
put lines between the roads. Okay, fine. Carry on.
I can there is a way to.
It actually is radial. This way it truly is radial.
Well, exactly. There is actually a way to do like a really grid-like template in this game, but this is
you gotta try to fold a little bit with the character of the land.
Yeah.
This isn't bad actually.
No, I agree. Let's. Some of these blocks I feel like are too big, but you know what? I'm not going to fuck with them for now. We can always put blocks in between these larger ones.
Yeah.
Build this out with residential.
It looks like the medieval village or the yeah, the medieval village that just kept growing and growing. And
Well, but
growing
that's
and
why I like to
growing
start the cities
and
like this.
growing.
Yeah, I think what could be interesting is if we develop kind of an almost suburban area where we really apply some kind of template, you know, like we could, you know, there could be different districts of the city that kind
I
of.
think if you stick to the radial pattern for the most part, even in terms of just the infill to the borders of your very big parkland that you will define sometime soon, but
Yeah.
it will be immense.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can do that thick band that you've got right there. It doesn't have to be much thicker. It can grow in two directions and down the coast.
You know
can
what?
Find another. You can keep that city growing like a snake. I'm sure you can.
Okay, let's. You know what though? There's one thing that we haven't done that I'd like to do. I'm gonna go to the roadmap here. I would like to get some avenues going here. So let's.
Yes, the mud cart trails that we have that you can get to
exactly.
horses to go by. Oh.
Yeah, let's start upgrading these roads to avenue, because part of what that does, because of the way speed, as I explained earlier, part of what that does is it kind of channels traffic. Okay.
And there had to have been some of that, certainly. I mean, it just naturally occurred no matter where roads came from and when they started, like, you know, Romanon or whatever, or the Bronze Age path, whatever you want to call it.
So I'm just upgrading the intersections and the roads, and
there's a certain natural growth at a certain stage, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, you know, you talk about natural growth or planned growth, and this is my, you know, former city planning student hat, but I don't feel like it's one or the other. It's always kind of an interplay between the two. Okay.
Funny. This is. I mean, this does to me take on a very dated and nice structure, and that particular intersection really truly reminds me of a place that was like, I'm gonna say, a small town in rural France. Drove through, and it was. Like there was practically like an intersection like that.
Yeah, the triangle you mean.
And it, you know, it was a beautiful town, not particularly big. You know, probably 1,000 people, something. I don't know. It was really cool.
It takes a second here, but it is the last I checked. Oh God, no, don't do that. We don't want that. Okay. Am I in planner mode? Okay. Get out of planner mode.
Sorry. I remember the intersection too, because the merge was like just a little sketchy. I would say it was my only time sketchy.
Oh, and you like those? Yeah, those French kind of town center roundabouts can be. It's interesting. I remember like when I was living.
It wasn't a roundabout. It in that one place. It really was like a.
But it was a one-way triangle or something, right?
I don't remember a roundabout. I just know it was a funny kind of merge.
Okay, we've unlocked the university.
Anyways, doesn't matter. It was a pretty low place.
We've unlocked the university quad. So once I'm done with this nonsense, is this an intersection or an overpass? I think it's an intersection. Yeah.
I want to say it was Castor. I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and check out Google Earth Virtual Reality again. It's a lot of fun, especially if you have, been a tourist somewhere. And
yeah, it is fun to go back and see places that you visited for sure. That is something I do on Google
And it's
Maps.
not invasive because it gives you a lot of detail and shall we say 3D-ness. But it's sort of like you get two of the three dimensions, if I can say it that way. So you really can get a very detailed view for, say, profile, where you'll see the cathedrals or whatever, depending on what your altitude is and whatever. And yet then in another view, which is spot on, direct down, and I forget what I used that for. Was it easier for me to navigate in my mind? Yeah, I think it was easier for me to navigate scale in, scale out.
Yeah.
But if you zoomed in too much, at a certain point, all of a sudden, roof houses become two-dimensional cartoons, and things like, say, a cathedral disappear. It's not even there on the map, because they are sort of preserving some privacy. You can tell it's a village, and a grid, but it's almost in a sense artificial.
Well, what's interesting about what I find is interesting is like, we tend to think of like North American cities as being, super car oriented, and European cities as being transit oriented. And that holds true to a certain degree. But what I found interesting when I was in France was that you can see as well, where like France and other European countries also had a wave of, building car infrastructure in the 50s and 60s and onwards. And so you can see areas that were clearly, a village, a village square that has been transformed into a, God damn it. God, if you're not good at double clicking, this game is fucked. Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. Let me just upgrade these intersections. And these roads here actually should be upgraded because they're going to carry a fair amount of traffic. All right.
I'm reasonably pleased. I've kept 4 plants alive, 5 plants alive, for 5 years.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever done that.
Actually, I did. I had a piece of holly. Holly?
I think I've kept a spider plant alive for 5 years.
Ivy? I don't know. It was something that I got from Mom that was like from
Hang tight. Mangy Sage, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's good to be back. As I don't know, I guess you haven't seen one of my streams since I restarted doing this recently. I hadn't stopped or anything. It's just that I was very, very busy with work. I was and will continue to be once things reopen here because we're on a COVID lockdown. I was managing a bar, and it was like 60 hours a week kind of work, and it won't always be that, but we opened a new business, and it takes a long time. It takes a lot of effort to do that, and a lot of hours. So there wasn't really a way for me to schedule streams. I thought about streaming a few times during that period, but was kind of worried that like it was the kind of situation where I could kind of get a call at any time related to the business and just kind of have to drop everything and do something. So that's not very conducive to streaming. But as, once we reopen and stuff and I restart that job, we are getting to a stage where I will be able to delegate work and not and have time and kind of dedicate time to doing this. But yes, it is nice to be back. I've been enjoying it. One of the silver linings of a COVID outbreak, I guess, is I get more time to stream. Telekin, also welcome to the stream. Can we agree that the city is starting to look pretty damn good? Well, sure. Yeah, I think it's got potential. It's got potential. So what I've done now, that was a little bit of a tedious process, but I've got some arteries like this. Like these arteries are going to kind of help us structure the city, as well as this one that goes along these ones here. Just for some reason, if I mouse over things, it renders them better. So I have a weird habit of doing this in this game, just to kind of make things look nicer. But I also think we're going to need a couple things. Like, let's take a look here. This road here should probably be an avenue as well. We just need to kind of break up the gridlock here, and maybe I'll keep doing that, actually, as annoying as it is. What's that?
Let me ask just at least one silly question.
Yeah.
So would you typically, if you scaled this city up, are we actually going to reach the other body of water on the other side of that valley?
The other side of the valley, like no, you mean over here?
No, the axis where you first put the farms. Yeah.
So over here? Yeah, definitely. We could get there for sure. We could. Yeah, I think if the city.
So I'm just saying, if you're gonna. Okay, so keep that in mind in terms of where you want to put what, where, and grow what.
No,
where.
I agree, and that's certainly what this avenue here will help us do that. I'm going to put a second avenue in up here that's going to follow this road, and then I think
maybe you have to grow up to the, shall we say, the edge of that chain of small bodies of water, but not past. Put your park past that, but I mean, be generous. I mean, like, let's be serious here. Let's try to do something ecological.
I can agree to that.
But by joining the two bays, I mean, now you've got a tremendous sized city. In fact, your challenge would be, I think, is how do you integrate a corridor between and keep the agricultural there? Don't destroy it. Don't make it like a.
Yeah, we can try and keep the farms we have for sure. See here. Okay, so let's just see.
Place a corridor beside, or just a corridor.
Well, let's just see. Where's this avenue going to go? This one's going to have to curve this way again.
That's a ways away. I mean, it's even a challenge probably to sort of tempt the growth. It's sort of like making an amoeba grow this game.
Yep. Like so many games.
How do I tease out a tentacle? Oh, I build a school here. It's like a magnet.
Okay, we've done some work on the road network. The next stage here will be to have some kind of radial artery that goes around. Maybe this road here will become a radial artery or something like that. Oh no, this one here that lines up out here. We'll make one that goes out here like this and goes all the way around the city.
Radius. Yeah,
like a bigger outside artery. And we're probably going to need to chop this up and put some more higher capacity roads and stuff like that. We'll see how it goes. I don't know.
To some degree, I'd love it if it could just be the spokes, and that maybe at some point there's like a subway that jumps 2 or 3 squares or something. I don't know, but that's just fantasy. All right,
Super Gamer, 60 hours a week. I get that as the owner. You have the most skin in the game, but still, that's insane. It's not like obviously, it's not like I own the place or something like that. It's just like opening a new business, just takes a lot of time, and because I was managing many aspects of it, it's just a matter of I could have not worked that much, but I wanted to invest that time, into managing the business. I wanted to kind of create a system.
Yeah, do the best you could.
Yeah, exactly. No, I won't. It's not something that will be expected of me in the future. My employers are cognizant of the sacrifice. Anyway, let's do a university now. So this thing here, the university quad. You see that radius, Dad?
Yeah.
Where we place this is important because we have to place all of the other university buildings within its range, because this is sort of an American style university, so everything has to be.
So why wouldn't you keep going out? Why would you overlap that?
Well, I'm not going to overlap it. It just snaps to the road grid. So what I'm saying is, let me pause for a hot second here. We're up to 50,000 people. Holy shit.
Wow. Cool.
So what I'm saying is, like, this area here the university?
Sure. Okay.
Or OBP Super Gamer says, or like a plant growing towards a light source. Yeah, this area could be good. We could also do it here. I don't know. Let me look at the density map again, because again, we do want to. Yeah, I think we should keep it as tight in as possible to this stuff here. I think these farms here get deleted and more residential stuff. What's that?
Never delete. Oh, I hate the thought of destruction.
Yeah, I know. I get
around it. You grow around.
I get that, but we've got this huge agricultural area here, and things change, man.
No. Why wouldn't you grow in between the edge of those lakes on the right? Yes. Think of that as your border. You're going to grow into that area there. That's lots of space to grow between.
I just when I place
living
these
area, and you can keep the farm where it is and grow.
All right. Look at it this way. If I had known that I wasn't allowed to delete farms, I wouldn't have put farms here. Those farms were put there temporarily.
You're not allowed. You are not allowed to delete farms.
So from this point on, but I am deleting some here. In fact, this whole area here, I had imagined as being more of like I was kind of thinking like a populated area that like stretches out thinly along this road. I think that could be cool. So, and then
I think there's a trade-off between the locality of the agriculture and other kinds of urban growth. I think it's an importance. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's. What was I doing? University. So university should go here.
Yes, just get the university.
But
going.
I want to just see how big is this. Okay, so it should be, if we place it roughly where that north arrow is, then it should fit. So let's just grab a road here and stretch it out there. Just bear with me for a second here. It's gonna look weird what I'm doing, but. No, I don't like that. I think it's too far. I want it closer in. So let's get rid of that road and put another road in. Let's use this one instead. Bring this out to there. That should do it. And then we'll put the university on, the university quad like this. Yeah, that's perfect. So that way this whole area here, let's just try and get as much space for it as possible so we're not, you know, deleting stuff. There's our university quad. We have 9.95 million. That's awesome. We could probably pay down some loans. All right, so we need to build dorms. The fancy dorms are good they give you positive amenities. They're expensive, but they give you positive amenities. The basic dorms have a negative effect. Basically, you know, people don't like to live near university dorms.
Can we try something like bad dorms are in farmland and good dorms are
that's what I was thinking, yeah.
And the good dorms are like curving around the bay there and helping whatever's going on there.
We can also do. I kind of like to go with these dorm towers because they're sort of a more efficient use of space than the you know, the tiny dorms. These basic dorms are kind of, I don't know, how much do they provide? They provide housing for 500 students. This is like three small dorms, but it has a much wider. You know what? That might not work because it has a much wider area of effect in terms of its negative. It brings density though. It lowers value, brings crime, but also brings density and community. Interesting. That's kind of a neat trade-off. So why don't we see?
Yes, and we did something. I think that's where we put our first police station or some sort of. No, we put the clinic there. We put the clinic there, I think.
Yeah.
Which is actually a natural. Maybe even a hospital.
So what I'm going to try and see here is how far away can I get this dorm? Let's just run this road a little bit further and just see how far, because there's a limit, right? So yeah, oh, there. That's as far as it can go. So we'll put it at the very limit on the outside here. Actually, why don't we...
Actually, as a student, I've experienced this kind of isolation, at least mentally and physically at various times. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. So that's about as far as that's like the outer edge of where we're allowed to place this thing. We could also put it maybe kind of down in this area here. I'm gonna play around. I'm wasting a bit of money on roads here, but I'm gonna just play around with. I'll delete some of these after, but I just want to play around with where I can put this. Like, that is not actually overlapping with much of the city if we put it there. So it's not creating much of a negative effect, and it's still within... The
only thing I would be careful about, are you putting a sort of a dam between growth in that direction, period?
Wait a second. I want to do it...
Do you just want to just put it in on the edge of the current city and suck up the poison and deal with it with, like, literally a hospital association?
Maybe, but let's see.
I know that's what we did. We had it on the edge of wherever we, you know, wasn't that far from the university.
So that's kind of
stuck out. But anyways, peace. We'll
okay, now what we want to do is we want to create. So we've got our dorm. Every dorm allows us to put a certain number of buildings, a certain number of faculties or whatever. So why don't we put a fancy dorm near the? What a fancy dorm. How much does this increase the population by? See here, 500. So I think that allows us a handful of faculties. So how far can this go from... All right, let's put a fancy dorm on this right here, because that has positive effects. Can I put it on this far? Oh, yeah, there we go. On this side of the street, we'll put the fancy dorm kind of in the neighborhood, and that will cancel some of the effects of that. Okay. And then let's just see here. School of Art, School of Business, School of Engineering, Law, Medicine, Science. Okay, those are our choices for now. There are other choices.
Oh, they're different benefits for different schools.
So the School of Art brings density, education, tourism, prestige, and environment. The School of Business brings density, education, prosperity, business, and I think that's just... It brings workers, a small number of workers. School of Engineering brings education, prosperity, technology, and business. School of Law brings education, business, prestige, and order. The Medicine obviously brings health, as well as community and prestige and other shit. And then Sciences, value, education, technology, and prestige. What do we think? I might actually open this up for to the chat. Dad, obviously, if you have any ideas, which school should I build first?
Yeah, no. How many are you building? Again, how many do you get to build?
Oh, we can, as long as we keep building dorms, we can keep building. Like, we're limited to we can only build one of each of these, obviously, but we can build more of them as we get more dorms. Like I think that's how it works if it hasn't changed.
Okay, so how many were we going to build was what I was going to say.
I like to build, like, I'd like to fill out this whole circle with university stuff. I just think it's cool to have like a massive sprawling university.
Okay, so you're gonna just build it all out at once is what I'm saying? Like
no, that's not
okay.
these. It's very expensive, right? I mean,
yeah, no, exactly. Okay, so no, I don't know.
Okay, GeoGS is School of Engineering. School of Engineering is going to give us, let's just look at what it gives us. I'm fine with that. I'll take the first suggestion from the chat. That's fine. Oh, wait a second. Can confirm. And they said that bots were solved. Oh, yeah, no, there are bots in the chat. I'll see if I can figure out. I don't know, though. I don't know that there's anything I can do on my end to prevent YouTube bots. There might be. There might be. Anyway, I'm sorry about that, guys. I've been seeing them the last few days. Just there's automated messages that are appearing from fictional YouTube accounts in the chat. There's not too many of them, but I think you guys can possibly ban them as a viewer. I don't have YouTube chat open right now. I have it through I have it through OBS. So it's anyway. So this actually brings. Does this one bring density? I was kind of hoping for one that brings density, but you know what? That's fine. That's fine. It brings prosperity. Let's take a look at our prosperity. Education, prosperity, technology, and business. Okay. I don't know what business...
Why do people do this bullshit bot stuff? Like, really?
I mean, it's not like one person doing a bot, right? It's like someone makes an algorithm that just generates bots, and those bots usually post links into the chat. And those, you know, anyway, it's just spamming.
It's like a fucking disease, I know.
It is, yeah. Okay, so I wanted to open the prosperity heat map, and yeah, actually we've got fairly low prosperity here, so this could be good. Prosperity is a bit of a weird measurement in this game. Could be good to place this one right on the limit of where it can be, kind of near the fancy dorms, so that we're getting... my philosophy, even though this is a very decentralized university right now, we'll fill it all in, and we'll fill it in with Parkland as well. My philosophy is to just try and get the most benefit as possible, so let's stick it here, and then what we'll do is we'll just for the sake of, I don't know, roleplay or something, we'll connect up this road here. We'll just make our little road along the edge of it and connect it up to the quad there. And then let's just kind of regroup and look at our, University Library, Safety Center, Student Union, Success Center, and University Gardens. What map mode am I in here? Prosperity. Okay. So let's go back to let's grab some of that stuff. That stuff is kind of fun. So the Safety Center will actually mitigate the crime caused by the...
that's job one.
Yeah, so we should probably put that on this side of the quad. Actually, a good bit like a virus, yeah, that replicates for its own sake. We can put it on this side of the quad here, and it's kind of useful. I'm trying to think. Maybe we'll put it right near the dorm here, so that it kind of completely mitigates that dorm, and then we'll place other...
Just put the cops across from the dorm. There
exactly.
We
well, it's the... Oh, that was the safety center or whatever. Okay, now
I want... That's fine.
The University Gardens bring environments, value, tourism, and... what? Environment twice? No, nature and environment. Okay. What else have we got here?
Them on the city side if you can.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, the city side. Some things will go often like this. This will be kind of like the dorm corner, and then everything else will be kind of closer to the city, and we'll build roads as needed to place those schools and stuff like that. We also now
even McGill's got a park, you know.
Yeah, exactly. University Library could be good. The University Library could also be on the city side once again. What does it bring though? Education, community. Technology, prestige, and jobs, fancy dorms, School of Art, School of Business. We don't want to do that. School of Agriculture, I think is cool. What does this do though? Environment and education. So it doesn't actually encourage agriculture. I was kind of hoping it would. I don't know if I want a School of Agriculture. Oh, you know what though? If we're gonna... No, we're not keeping those farms. I already decided we're not keeping them, so fuck that. Dorm tower...
Don't get rid of all of them though. I really would keep that strip for bait. You can grow alongside it. I think you're going to get value out of it.
Yeah, we'll see. You don't... I mean...
Don't be Gonads the Destroyer.
I thought there was like a cafeteria or something. I thought there was a cafeteria... No, there isn't. Student Union. What does that do? Education, prosperity, community, business, and jobs. You know what? Let's not build anything for now. Let's unpause and just kind of see what happens, and then
Yeah, we could put some.
where do I eat lunch? It's funny. It says where do I eat lunch, and then it doesn't give me access to like a cafeteria. Like the fuck? I guess the cafeteria is in the building. I guess each building has its own cafeteria though in most universities. So that's like such an inconvenient campus right now. We'll fill it out though. We'll fill it out right quick. What's the budget looking like?
Like University of Victoria, St. Lawrence College.
Yeah, those ridiculous universities that you like need a car to drive from one end to the other.
Oh, even Carleton before there was public transit or so forth. You know, there certainly was considered a ways out from anything like downtown.
Well, and you have these people like living in dorms on campus, but like your only services are campus services, and then you have to like that's a fucking long walk, man. Imagine walking that in the winter. And then you're only at the quad.
UVic on the bus system was like so far out, and the reason I went out there in the summer was because I was in the Navy and one of the divisions. I think the residence was there. I went to see a friend, and
of course it was good.
And there were bunny rabbits all over the grounds or something. I don't know.
Oh, girls and bunny rabbits. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's true. This is where they were. Oh, it's temporary lodging, right? I mean, the armed forces would get temporary lodging if they didn't have sufficient to
the student union brings community, prosperity, business. Why does the student union bring business? What is the student union up to that it brings business? Okay, let's prosperity. No, land value, prosperity. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Let's put this. Maybe we'll put that. We'll put the student union right near the quad. No, we'll put it on the. I don't know.
If you put it on the periphery, does it not make it well?
No, I think the benefits of the faculties are better on the periphery. Let's put it there. And then what else have we got here? University gardens. We wanted to put near the city.
Yeah. No, I would have thought anything that was community related or whatever you sort of put on the city side, and then anything that's hardcore university you sort of put in the center. But
yeah.
Anyways,
there we go. The university gardens can go there. And
they're not very big. Okay. All right.
Imagine walking that in winter. Yep. Or in a hot, humid, tropical summer. Exactly, Lucario. You know what's funny? When I was in...
means you'd have to walk a few hundred yards. There wasn't like any tunnels or anything.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like the university I went to was like a bunch of corporate headquarters. Cool. It was like all around one metro station, and it was all connected by tunnels, and it was great in the winter because like you didn't have to go outside unless you wanted to. But yeah, it's interesting, Lucario. Static Cat, you're also Canadian. There we go. If it's interesting, Lucario, that you mentioned like or in a hot, humid summer. When I was in the Yucatan, I was speaking to this guy. He didn't speak much English, and the person I was with spoke Spanish, so that was okay. And like he spoke Spanish, but like also Mayan, which was wild. But that's a tangent. We asked him. He'd never seen snow. Like he just lived his entire life in the Yucatan and had never seen snow. And we asked him whether he would prefer hot, humid summers or like cold Canadian winters. And it's so hot and humid in the Yucatan. He said he thought that he would prefer the cold. Which I thought was interesting because I guess it's sort of a grass is always greener kind of thing, right? But yeah,
well, it's getting pretty wicked.
It's quite cool.
Areas that the heat extremes are becoming increasingly unmanageable, especially if you do not have enough energy to or other kinds of issues around. It's all concrete or whatever, right? Like the island of Montreal, right? I mean,
wait a second though. Let's build another faculty. Let's build.
If you have a dense area, you have to have conscious to what are the heating and cooling.
I can't believe they haven't caught this spelling error yet. The School of Behavioral Science. Maybe they just decided to keep it because it's funny, but that's the behavioral science. Does anyone else have a request in terms of a university faculty here? We've got School of Education, School of Agriculture, School of Art, Business, Law, Medicine, Science.
the art sounded good from the outset. What did the agricultural do?
Not much, to be honest. Like, not a
Just
whole
cur- yeah,
environment and education. Yeah, not a whole hell of a lot. What have we got here? Police station, mayoral mansion. Oh, that could be fun. Marina and nature museum. We've got some museums and stuff we can build. But let's stick with the college stuff. We can really structure our city around the university. What do you think, guys? Does anyone have a recommendation? School of Justice, School of Education, Agriculture, Art, Business, Law, Medicine, Science. I feel like the medicine one is a good thing to do in the long term because it actually makes the city healthier.
Always a good idea.
Yeah. Some places in Canada like Winnipeg, where I live. Oh, you live in Winnipeg? My mother worked in Winnipeg for a while. I've been there several times, and it is extremely cold. Yeah, it's very, very cold.
And I actually been there only once or twice and crossed at that famous corner once.
You mean Portage in Maine?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. Is this good health or bad health? I can't. Where's my query? Give me my query button. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, this is good health. Huh. Why don't we build the city out a bit? Well, no. Well, yeah. Okay, let's build the city out a bit, and we actually have demand for farms. So I want to expand because I am going to get rid of some farms over here. So I want to expand the city, maybe around the university, so that we can kind of use the benefit from some of these things. You know. So let's take the road tool here and what we got going on here. We're also going to need some kind of boulevard or something, but we won't focus too much on that for now. Let's take this road tool and kind of expand and make a big... That's the university quad there? No, that's the dorm. The dorm there is at the limit of the university. Okay, so we'll just make a big square like this for now. Okay. That's the dorm, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, all right. And then we'll take this out to here. That's probably going to have campus stuff on it and link that up there. That linked up.
I like it. As irregular as this place is, I like how it's growing.
Mm-hmm.
That's
no,
why
I agree.
I'm so reluctant to destroy anything. It just seems to keep growing well. So.
Yep, I get it. I'm going to make a road that follows the bottom of this hill here.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Go around it.
And then I'm going to make a grid here. So I am going to destroy some of the farms, but I just feel like the city needs to be built around this university. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a narrower grid just for kicks because I think it's probably better. We should have been doing a narrower grid to begin with anyway. I guess we're going freehand the entire city. Like I said, there are ways to snap things to a grid and to make a nice, neat grid, but... Oh, wait a second. No, I'm good. Okay, so that there might be campus buildings there. I better be careful here. I just don't want to... I don't want to use up my university space with residential grids and stuff. That's kind of cool. Let's leave all this open for now and just zone this. We may end up having to bulldoze a little bit to expand the university, but...
You and your destruction. Oh
well, destruction is part of the, what do they call it? Creative destruction, right?
No, this is not creative destruction. This is, there's a very small P in this plan. It's a very small P at times.
Mm-hmm. All right, there we go. This road follows, again, the crest of the hill.
I think the immediate way where you're just growing it is good. You don't need to
no, I agree.
crush anything.
Okay, let's take this and connect it up there.
Because just the way it's growing on a section-by-section basis, it's almost like fractally you're keeping the medieval model going.
Yep, I know what you're saying. Public beach. We have access to a public beach. Did we already have a public beach? What the fuck? Some of those messages, I think... Some of those messages, I think...
Yeah, well, it's tiny in context of the whole city, and it's like, I don't know. I think it would be too small for the size of the place. It'd be like garbage strewn, and no place to,
No, like so a European beach is what you're saying. One of those like fancy European beaches with garbage all over the place.
Yeah, I know.
Like in the movies.
Real. make it real, you know.
Oh, we've got lots of demand for agriculture again. That's kind of neat. Let's just zone this out here. So we've kind of surrounded this university area with zones. We'll fill it out, and then we'll actually zone. Like once we've built everything we want to build there, we'll zone it in. Our college, our diploma limit is 35,000, and we're up to 60,000. So I think we also need some more ordinary schools. Not everyone can go to college. Where is the... What's that?
What was that?
That was education. Wow, interesting. So yeah, we should definitely get some more schools going on, some libraries and stuff.
We had schools. You put 3 schools down there.
I did, but that was over in areas that we had already built over here. This is fine, but we don't have any schools in these new areas I built. So I kind of feel like it's good to get in the habit in this game of like, when you build a residential area, build a school, you know? Like, I feel like that's just...
That's cool. No.
It's kind of how it works.
I would assume at some point it will scale up such that you're doing maybe a clinic or whatever the fuck.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, this school can go here.
I guess you don't have to worry about fire. You don't have to worry about police or...
No, that's... Okay, I don't need one there yet. That's not big enough.
That's just annoying. Oh, there's social control, you know.
Yeah.
Negative ways.
Well, actually, there are police in this game, but it's interesting because if you give them, like, health amenities and stuff, it lowers crime, which is one of the great things about this. Yeah. Well, hey, Skid Cities, welcome to the stream. Very cool. Very cool to see you on here. We're apparently being watched by a City Builder game in development, guys. Yes, we are. Skid Cities is a very cool game. I should do another Skid Cities stream soon, actually. I noticed that you did a patch a couple weeks ago. I did notice. I was very, very busy with my real life job, but I did see that patch go up, and I haven't played, as I mentioned with New City. As much as I love early access games and I love the interaction with the developers and the Discord, I like to play these games and then wait a few months. You know, if I play a game too much that's still in development, I feel like I'm just waiting for things to change. Whereas if I play for like 10 hours and then I wait for a few months and then play another 20 hours or something like that, I find that it's more rewarding for me that way. Give the developer time to, you know, to work on stuff. But yeah, Skid Cities, I did notice the patch going up, and I follow it in my Steam news. I think I just kind of I do see when stuff changes, and I should do a stream of that too.
Yeah, you've had next to 0 cycles though, so for a while now.
What's that?
I said you've had next to 0 cycles too, so just the way things worked out up until recently. So.
Oh yeah. No, exactly.
Not a surprise. No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look at traffic. We haven't looked at that in a while. Okay. Once again, interesting. So I thought by creating those avenues that we would channel more traffic on. That looks like we sort of are. We can sort of see that the avenues are that boulevard and the avenues are busier than the residential streets, which is kind of working as intended. I don't see any traffic constraints. Maybe this area, this road here is starting to look a little bit busy. Interesting. We are deep in development. Awesome. That's great. That's great to hear. It's a really cool project. For those of you who might not know about Skid Cities is a cyberpunk
Freeze right there.
city
Freeze right
builder.
there for a second.
Yep.
So that's the one that's going to the far city. So that one's working. The only thing is that if you're going at right angles to that flow, right? And you don't directly cross, but you have to jog or anything like that. Like, have we got an effective ring? I guess I see maybe one where there isn't a jog, because the congestion may in part because by jogging at certain points.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't any congestion right now, so we just need to keep an eye on it. Now, we definitely have created a kind of prosperous street there. I'm looking for places to put more. I noticed that they're demanding commercial, so I'm looking at the wider capacity streets and seeing where we could rezone some residential to either mixed zone or commercial, and I think we can probably just follow the avenues that we created. This one is good because it leads... This is actually a naturally busy road because...
The odd block is mixed to begin with. I'm just asking the question.
Well, the mixed use doesn't develop unless...
in a new area.
There's some kind of density limitation with the mixed use, so I don't know. All right, let's get to the traffic mode for a second here. But basically, our road network does seem to be functioning to some degree as intended, in the sense that there is more traffic on these wider roads. That's good. There's no reason why it wouldn't function. It's just like, I never know.
Put another triangle in. If you're going to annex anything, put another triangle in or something.
Well, what I want to do is... Ooh, don't overlay anything here. What I want to do is I want to look at where traffic intersects with density. And I want to put commercial zones on the high-capacity roads. Like, so this darker blue here. So we could probably put some commercial zones... Because this is the demand I'm trying to fill here. I don't think I'm going to do mixed use for now. I think I'll do mixed use kind of on the peripheries. What's that?
That's fine. No, yeah. That's okay.
I'm
actually impressed with the way there wasn't as nice or as big a blob of good growth and development, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, we've got fairly good density here.
Yeah.
Doesn't commerce prosper on heavy traffic? Yeah, I think it mostly does. So I'm going to put a little commercial strip there. We've got a little commercial strip. Is this mixed use? This is mixed use. Oops.
Okay.
I'm going to rezone that commercial, but I don't know what... It takes a while for the zones to transition anyway. What did we say what the traffic was looking like? Oh, you can't see it when you're paused. That's annoying. Unpause for a second here. Yeah, it's definitely worth zoning a little bit here as well. Let's do that one just out to there for now, and then where else was there density? Here. Okay, so let's go back to the zone map mode, and up we go like that. That should be good. Where else is there density? A little bit. No, mostly on this axis here.
Okay, just can we look a little closer at the university area? Is there actually been any change? Have we stimulated a change of?
Well, not really, because we haven't really built anything there yet. So what I wanted to do was just zone out. We've gotten a lot of commercial demand, I think, just from building those. I think it's stimulated commercial demand on a regional level, and that's like the business bonuses we're getting from, like, I don't know, the engineering school or whatever. I think that's why we got this big bump in commercial demand. We've also got a fairly high residential demand. We had sort of demolished some areas and gotten rid of some housing that we needed.
Is there space to put a strip up against the residential area you've defined that's just south of the campus? Can you put just one strip of commercial between the campus and the residential or something?
Maybe.
Or you know.
Well,
or do you?
We want to generate some density if we're going to do that. Like, you mean kind of in this area here?
Oh, I mean on just on the extreme left of it, just going straight out radially again from the city. So like just a strip. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I just don't like
somewhere along there.
I guess my feeling is that we should build commercial where there's already activity. I don't think we can. I think this game is somewhat, is sort of realistic in a certain sense, in the sense that you can't really. Or at least early on, it's hard to just encourage a commercial area without, you
need a second road that's leaving the center of the city that's over to the east of the main one. So it's going along the edge, heading to join up with that strip of farms. What I'm driving at is it's not that wide out, and that you're driving your commercial out just a bit off.
Oh, you know what? I just realized.
Counterbalance where the university is on the other side of the city, maybe.
Well, you know what I realized? Remember how we said we were going to do a ring road? We better do that now, because we're kind of hitting the edge of our city here. Yeah, so let's do that now, because we said we were going to do a ring road, and we're... So I'm going to start it out here.
Wow.
Fuck off. Okay. Double clicking is hard, man. Okay. There we go. And like this. This is not a good... I don't know. It's weird. Okay, so then we'll continue this ring road out this way. I just want to get a sense of the big picture here. And it's going to join up, and that's going to be part of it as well. So we'll continue this out like this.
Yeah, it's that spike of farms going out. I think you should keep the spike of farms, but you should go to the right of it over about a farm's width or so and grow out a residential, commercial, whatever spike. Just keep the farms in the strip.
I mean, I feel like that's going to look weird, but
I think from a quality of life point of view, it's great.
A strip of farms in the middle of the city? I don't know. I feel like it would get in the drinking water.
Wouldn't get in the drinking water. I mean, all that's going to be coming in through a plant anyways. It's not like you're drilling a well. Not unless you're.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to live near a farm if I was in the middle of the city. I feel like the food would get dirty I feel like there would be a non-productive cross contamination on every level. Okay, let me just take a look here at the road network here. Now I have an idea. I'm looking at my. There's obviously going to need to be another artery going either here or probably even here. Actually, this would be good. Let's put another artery in here on the edge of the university, so that way the university is kind of also surrounded by these higher capacity roads. Ooh. And that should also expand our density outward. Oops.
You're making that thicker.
Yeah,
You're making that a better road. Yeah,
I'm making that a bigger road.
So
it's kind of radiating out from this central area. And it's kind of nice too, because if you look at it, like it creates this very tight grid in the middle.
And as I said, like if you even had to, like build another triangle, it could be a bloody braid of friggin' traffic circles. I mean, it's kind of cool, really.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to go all the way out here.
The nice thing about radial is every time you go further from the center, obviously, you get your next band out is a big chunk bigger.
Well, and it creates this density in the middle, right? So, like, it creates like this little, like, I might even just increase the capacity of all these roads here, and that just becomes like a little nexus, right? I'm not going to do it quite yet, but what I wanted to do, what my idea here was, I'm going to pause for a second here. New commercial building is driving a lot of traffic. Time for bigger roads. Yeah. Okay, that's just tutorial garbage. I mean, useful tutorial stuff. They have actually come a long way to.
What was that view again? Can you go back to that? Was that a wire view with the traffic view at a? Zoom out for a second. Zoom out. I can't.
This is like the road map view. It doesn't work when you're.
That's the high capacity road.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm using to just kind of distinguish between. This is our little inner ring here, and then we've got an outer ring.
Probably 2 more spikes for the time being. And
what I want to do for
the whole way there, I'll bet.
What I want to do for now, actually, is I want to connect up. Let's go back to this map mode here. I want to connect up this bridge, like straight out to here, and then I want to connect this to that. And this is going to be part of this is going to be the industrial zone, right? But part of it is going to be the residential zone. So our residential zone that kind of, there we go. This goes all the way here like that. Boom.
You're connecting the ring road to the industrial zone.
Yeah, exactly. I'm connecting the ring road to the bridge as well. So we've now got, let's take a look at this again. You see what I've done? Yeah, so it's kind of cool. University here. And then outside of this ring road, I think we're kind of getting into the area where I would do
So I would provoke you this way then. I mean, I've always wanted to grow. Now you can do another whole ring that wide around that city for the most part.
Probably. Yeah, we'll probably need one on the inside too. We'll probably need another avenue in the inside. We might turn that into a boulevard. Right now it's just a 2-lane avenue, but it might get turned into like a 4-lane boulevard.
You got to keep the farms. Got to keep the farms.
I agree.
And at the very least, you transform them not into. You make them a fucking big park or something, but you got to have the green space, man.
No, I don't disagree.
Even though I absolutely loved and do love, like, visiting, say, Paris, where it can be
There's big green spaces in Paris, though. They've got the Bois
de
Boulogne.
I know. They value them. I mean, you can't step on them with the exception of about one that I know of.
The Bois Boulogne actually is a funny. It's a weird park. But yeah. They've got green spaces in Paris for sure. Okay, let's take this and put it out there. What's that?
The urban spaces are as special as well, though, too. I mean,
yeah. Well, and I actually like those small urban square parks. Like, I feel like in some ways those are actually like, I don't know, even living in Montreal, like, how often do I go to Mount Royal Park? Maybe once in the summer, maybe like once a month or something. In the, in the winter, rarely, right? But how often do I go to like the smaller parks that are like right close to my neighborhood or whatever? Much more often, or even just there's sort of like downtown squares where you can kind of like sit down and have a coffee on a bench or whatever. That and I also like I'm also a big fan of some of the like just like street furniture and stuff that they do sometimes, where they're really just like putting very small spaces, very small, micro parks almost in an otherwise busy street area.
Oh, I remember coming across those in Paris.
Yep. Like pocket parks, as they call them.
Pocket parks, and it was literally,
Oh, I forgot. This is an industrial zone.
A small handful of trees or whatever for shade, and streets radiating out, and
I'm gonna leave some space here. I forgot that we were doing an industrial zone here, so I'm just gonna leave some space like that there, to reserve for industry, and then the rest will be residential. Let's just okay, there we go. That's
right. By fluke, I feel like we're scaling this correctly.
Yeah, I think so. I think you got to kind of roll with it, and then we have some money, so let's let our population grow, and let's keep growing that university, man. We now have 40,000 capacity in our school system. So let's get some more faculties going here. Still waiting on a vote from if anyone wants to chime in and suggest what school they want, what faculty they want in the university, then feel free. Otherwise, I'm gonna pick one. Did we do health already? No, we didn't. That's right. I was thinking about health. Yeah, School of Medicine. I think we're gonna do that because it has.
I think we need to do an executive. Like, no, we really want School of Medicine because the benefits are too good.
Too far from University Quad. Okay, so I can only go out like this far. I want the School of Medicine to be close to a residential area. I was kind of hoping it would be closer to one of the newer ones here, but maybe up here. Maybe up here. Because it actually provides benefits. There we go. That's good. Okay, it actually provides benefits to the residents. So we'll fill this all in with residential areas too, or we'll put parks or whatever. Okay, how many more? Do I need more dorms? Not enough dorms. Okay, I thought that might happen. Okay, let's go with another dorm tower. Put it near our little safety center there. Dorm tower. There we go. We can put it at an angle there. That's kind of cool. Looks absolutely dismal. And let's just keep building. How many? What are we up to? 32 plus 17. So like almost 50,000. We still don't have enough school capacity for the size of city we have. The ring road system reminds me of London's north-south circular roads. North-south circular road, yeah. It does kind of, right? I think I know the road you're talking about. I've been to London twice, but I mostly just spent a lot of time looking at maps of it, because that's what I do. Let's see here. School of Art, Business, Law, Science.
I've been there once or twice. I think I've been there twice. It's amazing.
I went twice. Yeah, good Indian food.
I was lucky enough. When I flew in, it was absolutely the same way that Peter Pan flies over London. It was kind of a hoot.
Yeah.
And it was that clear, so no clouds or nothing.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. School of Education gives us technology, and this one also gives us a higher high school diploma limit, grants bachelor's degrees, grants doctorates. I feel like School of Education, in the same gist as the School of Health, is kind of a good addition. And let's put it in an area that maybe doesn't have a school system yet, so that we can kind of piggyback on this too. Okay, we need another. Put this one here. I'm just playing with the radii right now, but radiuses, radii, I don't know. But we'll start to fill out the interior soon. I'm trying to get the. Can we do School of Justice, School of Behavioral Science, which is kind of hilarious. They really need to fix that type. What does International Affairs do? International Affairs, Education, Tourism. The tourism system is a bit weird in this game. It involves people coming and spending money from other cities, and it does kind of work. I like the School of Art I think we need a school of art now. I think it's time. School of art brings.
Especially it brings tourism too.
Well,
No,
it brings
I think,
density, and that's the big thing I want is I want this university to not only bring amenities to the community, but also to stimulate like a downtown type development in this area here.
Okay.
So
So place it on that border. Make
that's
it
what
the
I mean,
attractive
yeah.
one.
But what else brings density? That's what I'm wondering. The School of Business does as well. The School of Science doesn't. So it's business and
So
art.
you have two main roads and then one that you built to the center of the university. I would put a faculty at each intersection at that edge of the campus to make it a strong attractor into that part of the city.
Let me just make sure. I think. Okay, so you're talking about this road here. Oh, I gotta upgrade that road. Oops. Give me a second here. Whoa.
Whoopsies. Isn't that that's hilarious?
Okay, wait a second here. There we go. Come on now. Upgrade,
Some
you
degree.
Bastard. Fine.
To some degree,
There we go.
you'd like to just wave a magic wand, but anyways.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's still not right. Or is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
there's
right.
a
It's right.
neck-
It just takes a while to the graphics are a bit weird. Okay, let's
Okay.
do. So I like your idea.
Okay.
Let's put the arts. Let's put the faculty of art. So this is actually too far from the
Okay,
quad, though.
It's the other side. That side, I'd go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
And then it's truly in the center of the city. That's it. And you can grow the rest of the university everywhere else. But if you're trying to get the density, maybe you just throw the dice right along that edge of the university.
Yeah, I think so.
Your
Okay,
call.
let's put the
But
faculty of art can go here, and then
shut up. The chat probably wants to beat me. Silent.
what about the School of Engineering? The School of Engineering we already did. That was the first one we did. Not enough dorms. We need more dorms again. Okay, we need more of these robot dorms. Wait, not fancy dorms. Basic dorms.
Robot dorm.
No, I need the robot dorms. I want the dorm towers. Concentrate the evil. I think it's gonna be funny to see just how bad it gets when we place 3 of them side by side.
I don't know. I find it very peculiar knock in this system to define student dorms as, some
Well,
sort of
I know that-
slum
so-
or problem. That doesn't make any sense.
No, well, here's the thing. I mean, I know that in urban planning, when we talk about like campus planning and stuff like that, in like take a university like Concordia. It's like an urban campus that like 10, 15 years ago was mixed into the urban fabric. It's just like, oh, the university rented some office space in this office tower that also has other stuff going on, and people just go to class in like what is otherwise just an office tower. And then you have campuses where it's just a totally university zone. And I think people increasingly think that like a completely unsegregated student space is actually not great. It tends to drive cost of living up. It tends to, it's actually kind of better. Well, in the sense that like, increasingly colleges are just designated education zones and they don't. I'm gonna put the School of Business along here. To create more density too. It's kind of nice when it's not a campus that is like completely separate from ordinary city life, right? In some ways, like it's kind of nice when it's just like when school buildings are just kind of mixed in with the general city. Otherwise, you end up with this kind of weird.
When I look at something like McGill, I think that's a reasonable degree of integration. I mean, there's precious little green space there, to be honest, that you would say is truly associated.
No.
with
I mean,
university.
McGill's not a particularly egregious example, but certainly you notice, like in
Queens isn't crazy either. I mean, certainly there isn't much left.
Yeah, well, the area where, like, when I started going to Concordia in Montreal, when I started going there, it was very much mixed in with the city, and with every passing year, they take up more space, and, like, that neighborhood is now, like, almost entirely students, whereas when I moved there, it was students and immigrants and families, and so you reduce the diversity of a neighborhood when the college just takes over the whole thing. So there are negative sides, and then you have a bunch of, the other thing too is when you have a bunch of kids living in a neighborhood, they don't take care of their apartments, and so nice apartments get turned into fucking, rat warrens. What do we got here? What does a success center do?
Please, no,
stick that in the middle.
I mean, initially the apartments, other than, and even some of the university ones were pretty well maintained, all given, but certainly there was lots of, shall we say, comparatively inexpensive apartments around the university. It's very much an apartment. It was very much you know.
Whereas
Wasn't a
now I would
wasn't a
say,
resident, whereas you went to Acadia. Acadia was, when I went, was like 98% or 99% friggin' residents, because there wasn't enough village to find a place to rent, really.
well, the other thing too is that nowadays it's very expensive to live near a university, so it drives up the cost of living for people who, like, all of the like recent immigrants and like poorer people who used to live near Concordia. Now they can't afford the rent because it's become this hot place for like.
And I think of the kind of apartments you used to be able to get when I was a student and in that period of my life, which would be say like 70s, 60s, 70s, even probably a bit of the early 80s. In terms of properties you could find or apartments you could find, it was really pretty wild. Now, oh my God.
What's the difference between a law school and a justice school, and why do they have both? Interesting. Huh. What does this one do?
Oh, what are the modifiers? What's the difference in the
this one is order and education, and the law school is... this one's better. Order... you know what? I think they're actually... This is an accident. I don't think they're supposed to be both of them. Business and unemployment reduced.
Sounds like a grade school almost, and the other one's like a lawyer school, or what?
I don't know. I think it's actually. I think they put two things in there and only intend to put one. Whoa! We suddenly have a big demand for industry. That's cool. So let's expand our industrial zone, which we haven't done in a long while. Let's just take. I want to take a look at the transportation.
Big demand for industry. So how does that? Like, I mean, they just need more area, and that's what the.
Yeah, I'm just going to give them more. I'm just going to connect up. Actually, you know what? I won't make any more roads for now. We'll just build the industry. Yeah, we've got lots of demand. I think that our university building actually stimulates some of this demand, right? I'm not sure how, but I have a feeling that that's partly what's going on here. I just want to
just grow into that area. They can just grow into that area where you are.
I'm just going to remove these. Ah, shit.
What are you doing? Getting rid of it?
No, I was getting rid of the extra joints from the roads that I had deleted. It creates these silly joints here. There we go. Boom. Just make it look nicer. And let's just fill this in with industry here. Because the thing is, like, sometimes you get really big factories when you give them lots of space. So I don't want to crowd up the road network. I want to see what pops up naturally. We also have demand for agriculture. I'm gonna need to take a bathroom break in a second.
Yeah, I only want to grow that friggin' industry where possible, straight out in that.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah,
see?
yeah, perfect.
Well, and the reason I didn't want to connect all the.
I hate industry. I hate to make that the basis. So, like, try to just.
I mean, you know, someone's got to make the stuff, right?
No, I know, but fence it in, constrain it, make it.
You don't want you hate industry, but you just want the stuff that industry makes, right? You don't want to live near it. You want someone else to live near it. Yeah.
Too bad they can't make a fantasy world like where it's sort of like Civ, where you have to invest in certain things, and then maybe you can do this, that, or the other thing. I don't know.
We're actually making bank. We're making a lot of money. I guess because I jacked the property sales up good and early, and we're up to 80,000. It's a fairly dense city. It's interesting. This game does tend to kind of be a little bit. It's a very North American road design, but the growth is almost more in a European, like the. Oh God, we're getting okay. Yeah, it's.
So is this mainly single story world?
No, this is, if you look in, that's what I'm saying. Like, it actually grows in an almost I don't know, pseudo-European density, right?
A lot of apartment buildings. Like, wow.
Well, it's all apartment buildings. So it's got this almost European style uniform, density, but it's also on a very North American street grid. Like, it's an interesting game in that sense.
We're getting Paris. We're getting Paris, man. We're
not. I don't know if we're getting Paris. I think we're getting. Like. We might be getting like, I don't know, East Berlin circa 1993 or something. I don't know.
No. This is not a communist state. This is organic.
Okay, this road is actually quite busy. I like it. It might need to become a boulevard, or it might. You know what? We should also. I want to take a break again, and then when I get back, I would like to possibly do a bus network. I feel like a city of 80,000 people should have a bus network. So, and then I also think we need to. I kind of want to make this university bigger. I kind of want to get like all the campuses, all the faculties.
Can we, with this bus network, also draw in, the locus of the educational system there to. Yep. I don't know, get density or something like.
Whoa, what the hell's going on here? Why have we got like a weird high traffic zone? It's probably just a glitch. Oh, whatever. But yeah, no, we're getting some high traffic. This is
I wish to some extent this game would let you just designate certain roads as this shall evolve. It will get bigger and bigger. It will ask you, like, can I go to 4-lane boulevard from a 2-lane boulevard or whatever?
That would be smart, actually, if they had a thing that said, like, yeah.
Unless you make this like, a 4-lane expressway, forget it. Like, you've got to find a different way to channel the traffic, right?
This should be this. We should double up one of these roads here for sure. I think we should this big square here should be split into 2 smaller chunks, and then one of these that go through the campus. Yeah, this one here. Maybe we'll do it here so that it goes by the edge of the campus here. And
I don't know how the roads work here, but I would think that we're going to be coming to the limits of how technology can go up. It always disturbs me to see a narrow road and a thick road now, though. There is all kinds of...
This is the easier way to upgrade them, I think. Just sometimes I've noticed that
my God.
What?
Nothing. It's okay. I wish it had that sort of zone of, just hold the magic wand and we'll just go in one direction.
I mean, to be honest, compared to how it was when I first started playing this game, it kind of does at this point. Like, this is working way better than when I first started playing this game. Sometimes it would overlay 2 roads at like different elevations when you did this in the past, which was like a real nightmare. But it seems to me like it's a system that they... it's the system they're using to create the traffic is just not a simple system, and they've done actually a remarkably good job of improving it over the months and years at this point. So that's pretty good. We've got kind of an inner ring road there, and I think this should kind of extend. That actually works out perfectly. This should probably extend out to the industrial area too. So let's do that, and then I am going to take a break. It's got to happen, and see, now that'll fuck it up. Oh, there we go. There it is, right there, and then there. That arrow is useful. The double clicking was driving me bonkers. So this is not bad. Certainly in SimCity 4, you would just have to delete it and rebuild it. So I actually think this is a better system, and I'm going to extend it out to the industry here. There we go. That way we're connecting.
For a reason, I like how this city has grown better than I'd probably like it in SimCity.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know why. I'm probably just full of shit.
Yeah.
But
I think that will probably get extended here and join up with that avenue there, and we'll fill this out all with industry. But yeah, I kind of want. We need farms. We need all sorts of stuff. It's time to take a quick break though, and then we'll come back. We'll do a bus network along the avenues, and we'll do a we'll keep building out that university. I want to fill up this whole circle here. We'll do a combination of like maybe a parkland, but also some residential and like every faculty under the sun. It's going to be a college town. But yeah, awesome. The one that borders the campus, it connects. Then again, transportation networks in SimCity 4 weren't designed for seamless widening. Yeah, no, exactly, and that's I gotta say, as awkward as it is to widen the road networks in this, it is pretty cool how,
you just say it shall be wider, and it is wider.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas in SimCity 4, it was like, it's like in SimCity 4, it was like delete it and build something else, and like, oh, your building takes up that tile, so you not only do you have to delete the road, you also have to delete the building, mind you. And this is the last thing I'm going to say before I really must take a break. But if you look at the history of larger cities, road widening often involves demolishing buildings. In Paris, here in Montreal. Oh, we can get a casino. We're definitely building a casino when we get back. Okay, I will be right back, and we will build a casino. Wait. Oh, can I unpause it and let the traffic flow by? There we go. Then you guys can back to our little central square here. All right, well, I said I'd be back, and I'm back. Just gotta get my headphones back in. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
let me just get rid of the thing. I've been really good about getting rid of the I'll be back thing in the last few streams. There was like a few of my streams where it just stayed up for like 8 minutes. Which is, you know.
I know, yes. No, I like those little triangles. It's hilarious how funny it looks, though.
Stickity Cat, you should play SimCity, but you should get 2 monitors, man. Then you can play and watch at the same time. Which back when I was doing the Honestville streams, there were a lot of people watching who were playing the game at the same time as they were watching, which is cool. Yeah, that's fun. Like, you know, and I'd almost like to, if I do more SimCity streams at some point, I think it'd be a cool idea to use the Discord server. Which, you know what, I'm gonna post a Discord join link right now. So I'm gonna alt tab again for a hot second, guys. And I'm just gonna post that into the YouTube chat, I guess. That's what makes sense. Yes, okay. It's a bit awkward. I'm still getting used to this new OBS version. Hang tight. Invite people, blah, blah, blah. Copy. I gotta bring up no, over here. Sorry about this, guys. It's for your own benefit. You should join the Discord server, because what I want to do is do some, basically, do a thing where we stream, and then sometimes you guys share what you're doing, and I share your screen via Discord on the stream live, so that we can kind of compare notes. I think that's a really cool... Oh, I can't do it from there. Fuck. Sorry. Yeah, no, I think it'd be really cool if like people were playing SimCity and showing what you're doing while I'm playing, and, you know, we go back and forth like that. I think that could be a really cool idea for a SimCity stream, sort of a thing where there's, you know, I'm playing a city, and then we also periodically check in on other players and stuff like that. I think that could be really nice for interaction. Okay, hang tight. This is taking longer than it should, and the reason is because I should just always have this open. There we go, live control room. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. I'm going to keep this window open so that we don't have that problem. So there's a Discord invite. Those of you who are new to Rob's Red Hotspot, feel free to join. I'll also post one. I'm going to post one like as a pinned comment or something too, which I was reluctant to do in the past because I was a little bit concerned about when I was getting a lot of views in the SimCity content. I was concerned about just getting all sorts of crazy random people in the Discord server. But for now, the streams are reasonably quiet, so I feel like it's not the worst idea to just put a 1 week long Discord invite or something. Casino Resort. I think that it requires action immediately. I think we need to build a casino resort. So that's in amenities. I think that brings us money. Yeah, it brings us money and crime, I think, as well. Oh, we've got all sorts of shit in here. We got ballparks. God, this is a bad scroll wheel.
So bring the money and crime, but try to put the crime, I'm going to say, on the industry side.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, we just concentrate all the bad stuff in one area so that it's complete misery on one side of the city and majesty on the other, right? Must be placed in a denser area. Interesting. Okay, so we do need density. So we do need to place it kind of closer to the downtown. Let's take a look at our density map here. So we got like our minimal density threshold is kind of this blue here. Excuse me. So I think that's the farthest out we can place it, is kind of at this corner here. And I'm wondering, what does it do? It brings we can put a police station by it. We can mitigate some of this.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to do that. That's no problem.
Yeah, it brings tourism. It brings, what is this? Tourism, business. Yeah, there's lots of good stuff about it. And then we'll put it by the waterfront because, like, who doesn't love a waterfront casino, right? Not a gambler myself, but
put it on the edge because you're trying to spread the city to the left, right up to the boundaries.
Yeah, that was the boundaries of where we could. Yeah, we couldn't build it over here because they wouldn't let us. So because it has to be in a certain density threshold. It has to be close enough to the core. So you can't really put it right on the edge of the city, which is kind of cool.
We're trying to build New York right now, right? I mean, it's like, how many people in the city now? Are you 80,000 or?
Yeah, 90,000 almost. Yeah. So you know, it's interesting. I was just going to remark. Let me get out of this density map mode. But I was going to remark how, like, in SimCity 4, you can do this thing where if you have something like a casino that brings in money to the city, you can just put it, like, you know, on the edge of the map so that the negative effects of it don't benefit it, and you get all the positive effects of the negative effects. This game forces you to put it in an area that's already somewhat developed. So that's kind of neat because it doesn't.
But if I also understood you correctly, just being there also will draw to that, whatever that's, Cooksville or wherever we've done the link that's got the forever strip of farms going towards.
Well, let's find out about tourism. Let's just see. Let's look at our traffic map and see. I mean, I think the road that we have connecting to. Sorry?
Oh, that's all lit up. Okay.
Yeah, mind. So you can see we've actually got a fair amount of traffic on this road, but this is just a little 2-lane road. So that's another thing we should think about, is maybe we need to increase the capacity of this road. Yeah, now the thing is, this is partly why I hadn't envisioned leaving these farms here, because I had imagined that this would eventually become like a rail or highway corridor. But, you know, maybe that's an
opportunity. You've got to replace it or something, or you've got to go parallel to it. Why would you destroy that much? I mean, no city would do that anyways in the process of growth. Although we do have a huge area to the right but you know, is also established and should never be violated. But I don't know. I think the challenge should be, how do you not just throw that shit away? In fact, how can you reserve one side of that whole pie wedge, that route, to actually be agricultural? You know,
well, I have an idea. I'm gonna, for the time being, I'm gonna respect your moratorium on you know, on rezoning farmland, but I make no promises in the future about this little mess here. But we do need more farms, so let's expand this agricultural zone.
Absolutely should, yes.
Yeah, let's expand this agricultural zone, and I want to cover like this area here, this big valley here. I want to make I don't want it to be all square, so I want to kind of fill this out with farms. Let's start doing that now. Just taking the standard roads here, and we'll take.
It feels a little bit like Wild Wild West into it. It's like, is this just an agrarian society?
Well, no, but I like the idea. I just like the idea of like a city that has enough surrounding agriculture to kind of conceivably
actually,
feed.
Ottawa, technically, scale-wise, yeah, it has that.
Yeah,
It
well,
does
in
have
most
that.
cities, if you look at like a Google satellite view of most cities, you'll find that there's a lot more farmland than there is city, right? In most cases. Okay, and then let's take this. We'll once again follow the crest of the hill here because farms don't like to be built on hills in this game. They look awful. So we'll just kind of go around, give a wide berth to this elevation there. And let's see here. I want to go out a bit to the north up here as well, or whatever direction this is.
It's supposed to be a wildlife refuge.
There is going to be one out there. There is going to be one out there, but not quite this.
Refuge size. It's got to be huge, you know.
Yeah, it is going to be huge. Don't worry. The scale of this game. The one thing this game has is a pretty epic scale, and that's kind of the name of the game with New City. So I'll go out this far for now. How far is that? Yeah, that's good. I got an idea. I've got an idea how this is going to evolve. Don't worry. You gotta just trust in the magic. Okay. Let's take it actually from the corner of this, and this is going to delimit like this whole area here. Like that's the size of the park I'm thinking, right?
No, but it's got to be on the far side of the lakes, right? You got to have the. You should include the. Yeah. You should go. You should have an area like the size of that farm area going to the sea and over by the lakes at different orientation.
Okay, well, I'm gonna draw out this road grid, and then if you don't like it, I can change it. But this is what I was.
90 degrees from your farm, and just go past those.
Like that.
Okay.
All right. So this is everything within this box that I've just drawn. Let's see if I can see it on a clearer map here. Oh God, that's awful. It's because it's such a small road. But everything within that is going to be farm zones, and then that leaves us lots of space over here for a big park. I think. Now let's just fill this out with a. What's that?
At least half that lakeshore. Absolutely. Wildlife refuge, world-renowned wildlife park, and
something like that. Yeah. Something like that. This game doesn't seem to reward you for large parks as it currently stands. Like there isn't kind of a central park type. And actually,
it's the aesthetic of the mind. It still means you're pure of thought. There you go.
Exactly.
You don't need the incentive structure. You just do it because.
Exactly. All right. Let's take this road here and extend it all the way north to like here, and then just bend it over here to meet with that little node.
Actually, as much as I'm trying to rescue my ribbon of farmland, other than that minor battle, I'm pretty pleased how this city is turning out.
Yep, I agree. All right.
In terms of
so we'll divide this into the graphics are kind of blurry.
We have a huge agricultural area. We have a very good residential business density. We got in that fucking university, and it's like the industry's doing okay. It's doing better than the last city did. I know it is.
Yeah, I think so. All right.
I just wish that we could do the boost of port infrastructure to make it go.
Oh, there is a way to get a port going. Big park.
You can do it. You could do it beside it though.
Yeah, that's the idea. There is a port type thing that you can unlock. I've done it before. I just don't know how to unlock it. I think you need to get a big factory. Okay, let's put this out to here, and then this one can be a little bit more square. And then I gotta just deal with, let's connect that up. Something like this, and like that.
Although it's certainly interesting when you look at a place like, say, the harbor at Halifax or the harbor at Vancouver. In terms of where the ships go, you know, size of the harbor, the size of the ships,
Yep. I mean, the same thing here in Montreal. There's a big port, and just the way that there's various parts of the port. Like the old port is a very narrow little harbor for smaller ships, and then the modern port is different. It's like a long stretch with these gigantic buildings along the river. Okay. What do I want to do here? I want to divide this up as well.
That would be a cool city builder if it gave you the capability for literally building and then scaling, shall I say, water infrastructure. Whether you want to do the canal thing.
You can do that in SimCity 4, actually.
But at the same time, do agriculture, whatever. I think that would be a lot of fun. Where if you were put some serious stress on, dealing with the water, there's got to be source, and there's got to be use, and there's got to be loss, and all that shit. Keep you a little honest or something. But
yeah,
that would be a lot.
And there is. I know that the wastewater management stuff in city skylines is definitely doing something similar to what you're suggesting. All right, I got an idea here. I'm just gonna clip this off like that and like this, and then I'm gonna actually just get rid of this corner here because I think it's awkward. Okay, that is cool. That's kind of an organic shape for farms. Let's zone all of that agricultural with the big zoning map. And yeah, Gia and Lucario, I think that's a perfect project for the NAM team. I think that would be a really good live stream where we'll get a few of us building cities, especially some of the people in the chat I know are experienced SimCity 4 players. So getting some experienced players together and doing some Discord screen share and sharing audio, and it wouldn't be the kind of thing where we were like always all of us chimed in on the audio, but it would be the kind of thing where like we kind of check in every once in a while, and we're several of us are working on different projects or whatever, and then we check in every once in a while and see how so and so is doing or whatever. I think that'd be super cool. Hydrology simulation, yep, for sure. Okay, so that's more than enough agricultural zones, and I find with the agricultural zones, as we discovered with this one, they're kind of best if you just sort of fire and forget. Like we're not going to wait for it to develop. We're just going to kind of put it there and then come back to it later. We did unlock, I noticed, big parks here. So let's do, and we can also do a magnet school and an opportunity school and stuff like that. What's our high school diploma limit? It's looking like it's like almost 70,000 or something. So yeah, we're covering off. Yeah, we're covering off a chunk of the population anyway.
So that means 7 out of 10 of our citizens can get a high school diploma.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things about this game is like a bit. Now we are actually making a lot of money here. I think cash flow minus loan interest. That's how I usually measure it. In fact, let me just see here. I'm curious if I lower the line of credit here. Yeah, see, I can lower the line of credit and really make a lot of money. And I reduce the amount of my loan, but then I reduce my interest as well. Well, we're not going to want to do that for now, but it's kind of cool the way the budget works in this one. In other city builders, you take a loan and it's like this commitment. You're like, you took a loan, now you're gonna have to pay it off. In this game, you have this like floating line of credit, which I think is for me one of the coolest things about this game, because it's a little bit in some ways I think a little bit closer to how public finances actually work, and it allows you. It also makes the gameplay more fluid. All right, we were talked about doing a bus network. I also think. We also want to make this city connection here a little bit.
We gotta upgrade it. We gotta entice.
Yeah, exactly. So, but rather than build a highway, let's build a train. Let's build a train, and we'll do like this. Got this like little kind of country road leading there for now. But because we've got all these reasons to get tourism in here now, so why don't we? It's been a while since I fucked around with the train system, but yeah, it's a little bit wonky here. Build a rail system. Okay, now how does this work again? Build a double track rail. Build a.
Bring it to the edge of what you've got now.
Well, I was thinking actually, I don't want to bring it to the edge of what I've got now. I want to bring it a few blocks in. So you see how this high density area here. I would like to put a train station, and this is part of the university too. So what if we're gonna have to demolish some stuff to do this, right? But what if we were to bring put in like some kind of.
Close my eyes and I'll shut my ears and I'll let you go smash it.
Well, okay. I was thinking of putting a train platform right in here.
Or a hot drink or something. What the hell?
Yeah, let me see here. I'm gonna pause for a second here, and I just want to see. Maybe we'll do an elevated train just for this little length, just for these 4 blocks here. We'll have it come in and then curve into a platform that's like right at this intersection or something. It's gonna be a bit weird, but then it could possibly, hypothetically, it could actually go underground and become a subway at some point. Or maybe we just go subway right away. I'm just a little bit unsure as to how the subway system.
So I will say this. Okay, so if you've never done a subway before, that could be fun or frustrating.
Well, you know what? Let's drop a save. I've just been letting the autosaves go, but
Okay, peace. But the point I'm making is, I'm surprised at how the density has very swiftly and very nicely gone up in this game. And I would have thought the way to intensify it, which is what you truly want to do, right? You want to husband whatever green space you have for as long as you have, if you can keep driving the density up and still maintain the quality of life.
Build tunnels instead of... Okay.
So, why not make a subway system instead of a bus system?
Well, I don't like I don't dislike the idea of making a subway system instead of a bus system, except that I don't really know how to do it. Full disclosure. But let's build a station platform.
Within the game, yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So let's build a station platform underground here. We'll try and not demolish the city. I just dropped a save, so we can always load if this turns into a catastrophe. So there's a
just put the bus system in. Just make a loop.
Wait. Can we actually build a station platform under that corner, like a realistic one? That's cool. Check that out. So we'll build that there. Okay, so that's our station platform, which I hope that's close enough to... Does that actually... maybe we can build it closer to the street. Okay, maybe not. Wait, how do I delete this? How do I delete the platform I just built? Fuck. Yeah, there must be... Yeah, hang tight. There must be a way to do this. Or maybe we're stuck with it. How do I delete a tunnel? Oh, there we go. Elevation. No, earthworks. No, we don't want that. I haven't tried the earthworks in this yet, but it should be cool. Well, I guess, you know what? It's close enough to the intersection. Fuck it. I was going to try and get it really tight into the intersection so you could imagine like a stairwell, kind of coming off the intersection, but yeah, it's not going to happen. So let's just keep this at -1 here. So it's a tunnel. And we're going to switch to actually building the rail. And then this can keep going like this, and we'll come all the way out to the edge of the street grid. And then it will come above ground, because this is costing us a fortune to build a tunnel like that. Okay, and this rail system is not a mass transit system. It's mostly just connecting us to that city for now, but it could eventually evolve into a mass transit system. So let's now, I think we click here, and then we click, what is it, Q to go, oh, I don't want a tunnel. I want to, yeah, Q to go up, and we can come up. Yeah, okay, I see. Now it's going to come up, and it is going to demolish 1 or 2 buildings here, but that's okay. Why is it not... It's showing me red here. Is it because of the buildings? Or maybe it... Oh, no, it works. It works. Let's have it just come out as close as we can here, and then we'll curve, and we'll avoid actually... Whoa. That's weird. Oh, I see. Oh, very cool. So that's the tunnel entrance, and then... So we did demolish 1 row of buildings there, but let's have it... Oh, I see. Okay, that's making more sense. Oh, is this single track rail or double track rail? It looks like double track, but it says double track. Okay, I just want to make sure we're not building like single track rail or something, because that would be a real hassle. Okay, and then we're going to actually avoid these farms like we said we would. Let's build a nice semi-fluid curve here. Something like that. And then... Oh, OBP Super Gamer, I forgot about your cats. That's awesome. I feel like every time you watch the stream, you have to do something with your cats, which is good. Cats are always a good feature of a stream, I think, even if it's the viewers' cats. All right, and then the rail will go right along the water here for now, so that we're avoiding, again, fucking with these farms. No expropriation, except that 1 building. I've expropriated 1 building so far to get this intercity rail system going. I think that's pretty good. And we are using up waterfront with rail here, but that's okay. And like this. And yeah, then we're going to connect up over here. Actually, kind of interesting. We could potentially build rail suburbs along on the waterfront side of this. So you know what, Dad? I think you're going to get to keep your farmland here, because I think this here is going to be... We'll put a rail platform in here, and it will be a rail suburb. Like, it'll be kind of a totally isolated community along the waterfront, but that is connected to downtown via rail. I think that's a really cool idea. So let's grab this here and connect it up to, where's the city? Clarksville. Now, I think we actually have to put a station, possibly, to make this work, but I don't know. It may not even work at all. Okay, does that connect it? Are we now connected via rail to the neighboring city? Why am I not seeing... Oh, there's the rail. Okay. Come on. Gotta like... This map view is not super detailed. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, we're connected up. Okay, so it's a little bit awkward. It doesn't look... Once you're off the map, it looks weird.
I'm off mute now, so I'm back.
Oh, you were... Okay, you were on mute. Okay, I see. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw what I was doing, Dad, but I've got... yeah. Yeah, so I've got... let's get out of this view here. So basically the...
That's real.
Yeah, so it goes under a tunnel. I only demolished one building. There was a building here I demolished. It goes into a tunnel, and then the station platform is underneath this corner here, which is a fairly major intersection. It's possible that we'll even be able to get another station over here or something, but I feel like that's only 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks from the sort of center of town, so that's not so bad. And then it goes all the way up here, and I think we're going to do a rail suburb in this little area here. I think that's going to be really cool.
Okay, that's got to be made like this is, fucking Brad Pitt and fucking Angela Jolie and,
I don't know where you're going with this, but
I'm just saying this is to some degree to do this right. This has got to be like the Beverly Hills of the city, at least part of it, because it's isolated. It's natural. It's got it's by water. At least part of it's water.
I accidentally made this into a trench, so I'm gonna have to snip it and rebuild it here. Just give me a second. Boom. And where's the other part of it? I just want to make sure that this is above ground. And shit, what a mess! I forgot to untoggle the. God, do I really have to redo all of this? Okay. It's an awkward system sometimes. Okay. Also, the graphics are really bugging out on me here. Alright, let's just delete that and just connect it up again. So, double rail. I don't want any of these toggles activated.
I don't think I told you the outcome of my latest virtual reality online multiplayer race.
No, you didn't. No, what happened?
Oh, it was very interesting. On lap 13, as it turns out, auspicious number.
Yep.
I got clipped from behind in a weird way, and literally the car rolled over the roof like twice, like round and round, came back down on the road surface, and I drove up. Now, it was a total weird netcode because the guy said, he said the mode I was in, there was just it was if the race wasn't even there. And he said every time I drove by there after that, it was like he had a picture of my car upside down embedded in the surface of the road.
Elijah, sorry, Dad, just gonna interject for a second here. Elijah, welcome to the stream. How does this game compare to SimCity 4? That's a hard question to answer very quickly, but it has similarities in terms of I find that the demographics in this game are kind of similar to SimCity 4, the scale of the city that you're able to build. The one thing about it, and this is like an extra large map, it's lagging a bit, but you can see just how big the map is. So on the one hand, in SimCity 4, you have like neighbor cities where you can like build a city and then build a neighboring city, then build a neighboring city. This game almost accomplishes the same. Well, this game does really accomplish the same scale, depending on how fast your processor is. You can actually get a map bigger than this by editing some system files and stuff, or some game files. You could really make a gigantic regional city. I think the largest map is the size of... Oh, it's lagging a bit. The largest map is the size of, I don't know, metropolitan London or something. So yeah, it's got a lot of similarities. Certainly not as... It's still in early access, so it's not as feature-rich as an old game like SimCity 4 with a million mods in it. But it is... Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, look at that. I love that. I love the rail tunnel. Okay, let's see if we can make this train actually function. But yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question to some degree. But yeah, where's the transit? How do we do transit again in this? We go to add a mass transit system. Okay, so add a transit line.
Oh, cool.
Okay, and yeah, there we go. Now I can see my platform is here. Question is, do I need to build a platform in... No, okay, I don't. It's already assumed that there's a platform up here. Okay, interesting. So yeah, we'll build. We want to train. So we want to.
Is this an interface to the rest of everything else or something, or what?
No, this is just the transit. So what we need here is we don't want to make a loop. We want to make, so it's the corner of Tampa and Railroad. That's fortuitous. Oh, I see. Oh, the railroad. Okay, I see. All right. Okay. So what we do is we place a stop here, and we're gonna place a stop at the destination. So this is just an inner city like tourism type line, right? And then so that's, whoa, where'd it go? I think that's it. Okay, so this is a little bit awkward. Okay, and that's good, and that's the, I guess we'll call it like, new track number 1. Oh, I'll call this the, just for my sanity's sake, outbound Clarksville, right? And then, okay, and then we'll go back here and we'll make another line, add transit line. We'll call this inbound Clarksville. It looks like there's a train every 30 minutes. That's fine. We'll just leave it at the default setting. Inbound from Clarksville. Or something, just so that I can remember what direction the trains are going. And then yeah, we're gonna start. This line's we're gonna add a stop here, and we're going to put a stop at the other end.
Speaking of trains, did you have the fun of yeah? Of course you went on. Did you take a high speed to Spain from France? Or?
I did not take a high speed to Spain from France. I took high speed regularly, like the TGV from. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where there's connections. I took the TGV from Paris to Marseille several times. That was the main thing I did with the TGV in France, because I was living near Marseille and I would go to Paris.
How long was that?
3 hours.
No.
2.5 maybe. Yeah. It's not.
No. It was 2.5 to Lyon from Paris.
Yeah, but Lyon is about half or 2/3 of the distance to Marseille. So yeah. Yeah. I
would say it had to at least be 4 or 5 to Marseille.
No, Lyon was about halfway. Lyon was like halfway.
I think it was 3.5 to Avignon. I don't think it was
3.5 from Paris to Avignon?
Yes, easy, and then it's got to be an hour from there to Marseille.
It's no, the high-speed rail is really fast. Really? I mean, our Avignon is only like a 1 hour drive from Marseille, I think. Okay, let's see if that,
Probably there are people who are listening who are just laughing their face off because we haven't got a clue.
Probably.
But anyways.
No, I used to know.
At least we've been there, and we have both of us driven around there a bit. It was lovely.
Okay, so far no one is taking this train. I was kind of curious to see if it would provide like a tourism, or if the tourists would take it or something, but it might take a while for the simulation to actually... Might take a while for the simulation to sort of activate it. I just don't quite understand. Or maybe tourism is not working in the game yet, but we'll leave it there for now.
Do you get to make any agricultural focus, or is it just growing shit? Like, I mean, can you at some point evolve it into viniculture or whatever?
No, not in this game. Not in this game anyway.
No value add. But you see, this is the whole thing too, right? Anyways.
Yeah. Okay, there's also no freight rail. Whoa. Okay, I almost locked up the game there because I'm zooming around too much. Anyway, we'll see if that works. I have a feeling we're going to want to place some stops along this line, otherwise it may not work. And then I think we should also, well, actually...
Okay, so just a very curious question. If you zoom out for a second, if you put one of those stops right where that rail line first hits the water up at a distance, could you actually create a remote network that far away now that you've got that city as a whole?
What do you, sorry, can you rephrase that question?
Could you put a bedroom community using the rail line?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. So I wanted to do one here, and then maybe, I mean, this is going to eat into your parkland a bit here, but I was going to maybe do one over here too.
You know, that's not with the parkland. It's on the other side of those lakes.
Oh, okay. So then we'll do it here. Yeah.
And I'm saying like wildlife refuge, like it's got to be big. It's got to be like, that's truly a boundary of the city. You've got enough directions to grow and forest density. Like you can go into the mountains residential, and if you do it right, it can be fine.
Yep, I agree. Let's, for the time being though, let's complete this transportation system by doing a bus system. So the fuck.
Pardon
Okay,
me.
it crashed. We're gonna load it up
The
again.
game crashed.
Yeah, the game crashed.
I was wondering what the.
One thing I was gonna say about the high speed rail, yeah, no, so it was. I do remember it was like 3 or 3.5 hours. Continue as normal. It was about 3.5 hours or something from Paris to Marseille, and
Paris, Marseille. No way. No
yeah,
way.
yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It really was. It was no more than 4 hours. No more. And it was like 45 minutes after you got in the train, an hour after you got in the train, you stopped in like Lyon or whatever. But anyway,
Okay,
regardless,
so
you know
was
what?
that-
I don't want to
was
argue
that
about the
direct?
time because we don't have
Was
it.
that direct though? Was that direct from like?
No, it stopped. It made a couple stops. It stopped in Aix and it stopped in Lyon. Sometimes Paris. Sometimes it was direct. But what I was gonna say is it was very expensive. Okay, I don't want to. You know what? Cancel this. Can we just play and see where it takes us? Do we have our train? That would be the question. When was our last autosave? Thankfully, we've been talking a lot. Fuck off. Where's my train? Oh. So it didn't... Wait, is my train line even there? Wait a second. Let me get out of this map mode here. Fuck, what map mode are we in? I hope it auto-saved recently. I think that's... yeah, no, I think that's where we're at. I think we have to redo it. Fuck! Oh, I see exactly where we are. That sucks, man. Okay, alright, well, I'll do it quickly. I know what I need to do here. Clippity-clip. That's not connected to the neighboring city. Where can I... Oh, and I'm snapping to the... God damn. It sucks, but, you know, it is an early access game. It does,
things do go boom. There's
things
no
do
doubt
go
about
boom,
that.
exactly. Okay, Duh, damn.
Same is true in Civ 6. Same is true in other games. It can be annoying.
Well, yeah, except that this is
very
a really...
annoying.
This game is not stable at a level that you would expect from you know, a AAA developer like Civ 6 or whatever, and that's fine. That's you know, again, it's an early access game, it's an indie game. It's not, I don't, you know.
No, I had to basically get past the launcher. I don't know. There was some mode that's ever since they came out with that dumb thing, I was getting just random crashes, late, early, whatever. Annoying, recoverable, not recoverable in terms of like, you know,
Fuck.
load an old autosave or whatever, but it was like
Well,
and sometimes that's all it took. You might
yeah,
have that-
well, here's the thing.
but still, it was like seriously annoying, right? But
Yeah.
at least
Yeah, it's pretty damn annoying.
whatever I'm done now, it's not crashing anymore.
Interesting.
The launcher bullshit is sort of like directly avoided, and we are not having issues, and that makes life a lot easier.
Oh, that's good.
Anyway, it
The-
still takes that.
You know what? I
Still
didn't
takes-
finish my point about the high-speed rail, though. What I was going to say, not to cut you off, but what I was going to say is it's very expensive. I didn't take a lot of high-speed rail in Europe because it was not affordable. The affordable way to get around was low-cost flights. That was the cheap way to get around. You could fly from many places to many other places for like the equivalent of, I don't know, like $20 US. You know, 25 euros. You're like, oh, I'm flying from Marseille to Porto or whatever. And that was for, you know, when you want to talk
I
about...
really loved getting into Charles de Gaulle, getting on the bloody railway, getting the next, shall we say, length of distance out, or say a couple-hour period, 3-hour period at most. We'll argue till we both die over how long it takes a train to go to Timbuktu. But anyways, it was really convenient because you could go out a nice stretch and then even take like a car for like half hour, 45 minutes, stay someplace local. Like you could really get out into away from everything conceivable touristy in a way, and see the countryside. I couldn't get that out of a plane.
In
And
Europe,
I did,
Gia says,
did not find,
sir.
and I didn't find the train expensive, but maybe it was a time.
Well, it depends on the timing, and it depends on how you're there. I mean, what I found was that like I could take a train from like, I don't know, Paris to another country, and it would cost me like 180 euros, or I could take a plane and it would cost me like 30 euros. But Gia, who I believe lives in Europe, is saying that there are now low-cost high-speed trains in Europe. I guess it probably depends what country you're in. Certainly where I was in France, it was basically almost never. I mean, Paris Marseille was cheap, but it was almost never cheaper to take the train than it was to take a low cost flight. Depends on where you're going. There are certain destinations like.
Unless you're taking a hop like that, I don't see how it was really that much more convenient because.
For what? Well,
no, just in so much as I always found that the hubs the trains came into were extremely useful in France.
Oh, sure. No. That's why they charge more.
And compared to even other like countries, even like theirs was
sure.
Most useful. Fucking
well, yeah, that's right. The thing is, what they figured out when I was living in France, and this was 15 years ago, so things may have changed. But when I was living in France, basically what they figured out was that you can charge a premium for the convenience of coming into a city in a central station versus arriving in an airport. So they're charging 5 times the price to take a train. I think it may have changed though.
So I thought it was neat that they had, depending on when you do it through what mechanism, you could get quite, especially if you were traveling alone, you could get a good seat, or even like traveling in a pair. But it was all a matter of how you paid for it and what risks you were prepared to take. Like, you cannot like give up the reservation. You've got a 60 € seat, whatever. But
it wasn't. So I never took the plane. I never flew from Paris to Marseille because it wasn't worth it. It was too short of a distance, right? But by the time you factor in like your airport hassle and stuff, it's taking you longer to get to and from the airport than it does to deal with the train. But as soon as you think about something like you're going from, I don't know, Paris to Rome or something, then there isn't really a way to do it by train. You're better off flying.
I would do more train trips in France if I ever get to go back.
Like within one country.
Just because I think there's, I always enjoyed them for whatever. I mean,
no, it's great.
It's the same thing in Canada, but I mean, it takes forever. It's really not a, get in a train and go from one.
Okay, I'm gonna save. Now that I've remade my train here, I'm gonna save.
Okay.
And we're going to build a bus line.
Auto save parameters that need.
There are auto. Yeah, no, there aren't. There aren't. Last I checked, there were not auto save parameters in any useful way. Unfortunately, I want a bus network. We're gonna build. Hey, where's that? Give me a second here. I want to see. Where was our east-west? Oh yeah, they're here. Okay, north. So we can call this west. Oh wait, it's a loop. That's gonna be fucked. Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll just number our bus lines then, and we'll use the odd numbers for one direction, and the odd numbers will be outward from the bay. I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Bus, add transit line, and we're gonna put a stop here every 2 blocks or something. Oh, but then there's intersections too. Oh, this is so glitchy. Okay, I want it there. And then, oh, you know what? That's too close. Get rid of that one. Yeah, I'm using the radius here. That's how far people will walk in this game, I guess.
I wish the games, could get almost for free certain UI things like a predictive interface that would just automatically leap to the next logical spot.
I mean, it sort of does a bit of that.
Subway, and where you could just say, no, the next one. It would just go to the next one, and you could say, yeah. And then it would get the pattern, say, yeah, no, back it up, no, but whatever, and just do it a lot quicker because holy fuck.
I don't find this long. I like this part. I like the part of actually like placing my stops individually. It depends. It depends on what stage I am. Like right now I'm building my first bus line. It's fun to like plan an individual bus line for sure.
So you want to get one main good route the first time before you then whatever.
My God. Okay, sometimes I need to zoom in and out to...
I watch all this zippy zappy and it's going the wrong snap is what I'm driving at. I mean, you got to have the snap.
Yep.
Sorted out in your UI.
For sure, yeah. Well, and it's an early access game, so the real answer is they're not done. It's not done yet. Okay, let's put a stop here. Some of those stops are too close together.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
What's that?
I just said Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. 3 blocks seems better. Radial versus circumference. That will change in some years with the Lyon-Turin HSR train. Yeah. No, like I'll tell you why I'm mentioning Paris-Rome. No, I was trying to go from Marseille to Rome, which is not as far. And I ended up flying because I thought it would be really cool to take a train trip from Marseille to Rome or whatever. And what I found was that you could, but it would take 12 hours by train. And it was 35 euros and it took like 3 hours. But
sorry?
Yeah. It was 12 hours by train.
How does that work out?
Well, because at the time when I was living in Marseille, there just wasn't a direct high-speed line. You had to take the high-speed train to what was it? You took the high-speed train to like Toulon or something, and then you transferred to a local train, which then took you to, I don't know, one of the Italian border cities, and then you transferred from like a high speed that would take you to Torino, and then you would transfer to another train that would take you to Rome, and there was downtime, and it just like the two networks did not communicate in such a way that it made sense to take a train.
Clearly, this sounds like even sleeping was even a possibility. Yeah, that sounds like so.
No, this was take 4 trains between 2 major cities, and it wasn't, and it might have just been the particular week. I think it was actually Christmas time roughly. Let's put a 15-minute bus line here. Okay, back, and now let's do another line that goes on the other side, and we call this number 2. So there,
It is amazing in the past if you could go back to say like turn of the century through to say the 30s, even the 40s, the degree to which train transportation was pretty important.
Well, and the thing is,
and completely vanished now. Completely vanished.
Well, the car. That's blame the automobile. Blame the automobile for that.
I know.
All right, I put in. There's one extra stop on that other line that I'm going to get rid of. I'm not gonna micromanage this too much, but there we go.
What is our population right now?
Just shy of 100,000. Okay, and then we'll put this one on a 15-minute headway too.
You said 90.
I'm just putting the night and the day headway the same. And let's just see if that works. I don't think anyone's gonna take it, but we'll find out. I found in the past that I've built bus and train systems in this game, and I find that generally about 0 people take them. There's something wrong with the traffic simulator in terms of how people calculate their routes.
You've already built some train systems, so what's happening so far, at least this crack around?
Well, 0 people are taking it. I'll tell you why, though. It's very simple.
So what the hell is it really doing then?
Well, I always build it and I see if it works because they keep patching the game, right? They keep changing it. So basically, the problem that they're having in the game is that they get the individual residents to decide, is it faster to drive or take the train, right? And that's not the decision that most people make. Most people take the bus because they can't afford a car, and they don't seem to have modeled that yet. And so, it's
everybody just has a car. What is this, fucking Wonderland or something?
Well, exactly. But the other thing too but the problem is they just haven't introduced that variable in their system. So
only on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Only.
Exactly. No, but they basically the problem that they're having is that they haven't found a way to entice their sims to take the bus, right? So what they've done is they've put in, weird.
I think fucking neck collars and electrocution work. Just about owning anything.
Well, there's like one person on that bus. Anyway, it may. You know what though? We're gonna build the infrastructure. And we're gonna build the city out around it, and you never know. Maybe it will work. Maybe it will. So this train can be kind of a north-south line here, and maybe this train will like fork out this way or something. Who knows?
What you kind of need if you sort of, literally, to some degree, almost build a tradition. In terms of certain places for certain transportation, it'd be like, what do they call those things that go up at like a steep fucking cliff in Paris or whatever?
I know what you're talking about.
Fuck, they have a term. It's not a goddamn escalator. It's like a train.
So Lucario. I think that's exactly it. As I understand it, and don't quote me on this, and I'd be interested to see if I can. I've talked to the developers on Discord about this game before, but they basically the way the traffic simulator is working right now is people will always pick the fastest way to get where they're going. So you build a bus system because your road system is too busy and buses carry more people, right? But that's not how it works in real life. In real life, there's other reasons why people choose one mode over another. And so they haven't seemed to gotten to a point right now where, I mean, they do have a variable actually where, wait a second, let me see here. Let's use the route planner. They do have a route planner. Where did it go? And I may be wrong. They may have, where the hell is it? There's like a traffic query mode. Query, there we go. And it's going to be under route planning. So if I want to get, like, we've just built a bus road that goes along there or whatever. So if I want to get from here to here, oh, it's interesting. Yeah. So let's see what they've done here. By car, it's 17 minutes and 52 seconds. By transit, it's 13 minutes. But why is that? What's going on here? Why is the car... But the car is going around this weird... What the hell's going... Oh, because it's faster roads. Oh, it takes the boulevard all the way around because it can drive 80 kilometers an hour. Jesus Christ. And
I don't know, but hey, that's a nice fucking artificial incentive. Like, we're going to get some use out of the transit system.
Maybe. Well, the problem is that there's no one going from here to here, though. So let's take it to the commercial area.
There's got to be some pattern. I believe that in terms of convenience of... If you had a system where it was sort of like no more than a 20-minute loop, destination to destination, and if you did it perfectly, like you might have a 2-hop in the same period of time.
No, I'm doing right now is I'm looking at like how people would go, how people would travel to get from this residential area to this.
I bet you'd be amazed what you could create in terms of transit success.
Yeah, I don't think the simulation works quite that well, but let's just, so I'm trying to see, like, why are they taking this big outside road to get there? And it's because and this is what drives me nuts. It's because this road is 80 kilometers an hour. So somehow it's faster. Do you see that red line? Like how they have to go around this huge thing. But wait a second, is it even an 80 kilometer an hour road, or is it just traffic? No, it's 50 kilometers an hour. What about this road here? Oh, this is not an avenue. Okay, wait a second. Why is that not an avenue? Oh, because I haven't extended the avenue yet. Okay, so that makes sense. I'm relieved. I thought it was being really dumb. So go back to the roads here. We got to extend this avenue. No one's going to take the bus if it doesn't go on a... Yeah, okay, that's what it is.
Right,
that's fine.
Do you ever have to upgrade that fucking bridge? Because, I mean, that's going to become a weak link, right? It's going to be a weak link.
Well, we can make it a highway bridge if we feel the need to, but for now, the bridge is higher capacity than the entire road network, so...
They're going to have to fucking get out of their car, go down a ladder, then lift down their car, and then carry on.
Exactly.
You know, like, it's not like these things are helicopters, but...
No, I get it. Okay, all right, there we go. So, oh, fuck me. God damn it. Okay, well, I just demolished a bunch of houses again. What happened there? Oh, I see there's a node there. That makes sense. Okay, well, we'll rezone that. That's fine.
What are you doing?
I'm upgrading the road to see if people will take the bus. Now, because I've upgraded the road, it's possible that my bus line's been deleted, so I gotta check that. Now, that used to be an issue. It may not be an issue anymore. I don't see any missing stops. Got one too many stop there. I'll get rid of that later. That looks actually pretty good. So now let's see how it calculates the route.
Is it really doing loops? Is it doing one loop or loops on that?
No, it's one bus.
I guess it wouldn't matter.
No, you're not supposed to, like, I asked the developers this directly, and they imagine it where it's like one bus line per direction. So this one and that one are two separate bus lines that begin there and end there. So it's not actually doing a loop,
Yes. Okay.
Which I don't know, which is just how they've... Okay, so there actually are... Because I've increased the capacity of the road, there are more people taking the bus.
You can still have a bus at every fucking stop, practically, in opposite either direction.
That's
right?
a bus there, yeah. So there is a... It is...
Get serious about doing the interval thing, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, I could increase the headways to like half an hour rather than 15 minutes. Maybe there's just too many buses and not enough people.
Know what the optimal walk distance is for, like... I mean,
that's the radius there.
I'll never forget... Like, if you did, like, the McGill subway in Montreal, like, I mean, literally, you seem to be practically 2 seconds from about, like, 3 other stops or whatever. Anything,
well, some of that's because...
Right, or argument to the past, moving to downtown Montreal.
I mean, some of that is...
Like Paris in a very small area.
All right, now they're taking the bus. Now it says that it's faster by transit to take this route. So what if we wanted to go to this town here? Okay, what's the distance by transit? 30 minutes. And okay, so yeah, it's definitely faster by transit than it is by car. So anyone who's traveling between these two hopefully will take the... What about here? Okay, I see. Interesting. They don't... I guess there's no bus line that goes all the way into the city, right? What's the route here? Yeah, I need a bus line down here, actually. That's a problem. Okay, this needs to be covered by bus as well. I don't know whether I've designed this line well.
Well, you could snake a bus loop all the way down the shore and then join it back up. But you can do an entire loop.
I've been advised against it, but I will...
Oh, sorry, you've got to... Okay.
Yeah, I've been advised against it. What I think I'll do is create a line that starts at the train station here, and what do we do here? Maybe it goes, maybe it does do the inner loop thing. I don't love that. But I would think a line like this, but that's gonna...
What about an outer loop? Can I say silly outer loop, or is there something you could do around the education place, or is there?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You know what? I don't think we should agonize too much over this. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make...
Is there another visibility to look at this? I mean,
yeah.
You can't really...
I think we should leave it for now. We should just leave the one line because we need to build the city out. We don't really have anywhere to take people on a bus network, because I think what we'll do is we'll just create lines that kind of all go into a hub here. I think that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Okay, what do we need? We need more residential. We need more schools, basically. Let's finish up this university. We've got some money. Okay, let's see here. We've got amenities. I want to go back to the university and...
I guess I'm sort of the school, if you're designing a transit system, if you can, is you can try to deal with the impulse-based, like immediate gratification whole deal by at least breaking your transit up, if you can, into bite-sized chunks that arrive reasonably frequently. And that you can also make a little bit denser or relax a little, according to predicted, whatever.
Yeah, I just find in this game in particular, you want to build your city before you build your transit, because if you can't, if you build transit in a certain sense, it's not necessarily gonna... Okay, what do we got here? We got education, business, prestige, and order. I think prestige is necessary for density. So let's put this guy...
The only place that I was ever in that I thought that there was more of that than there was any place else I had been, from a residential, light industrial, corporate, if you will, was in fact San Jose and surrounding areas. In all guises, streets were multi-lane before all the residential or business or whatever had actually been built, but it was being built so fast that you would be shocked at how quickly it would, like, say, come into use. I mean, I could still drive from San Jose and get to the airport, and I never got stuck in a traffic jam. Maybe I was lucky, but...
Oh, I'm overdrawn. Shit. I went on a spending spree on university stuff here and got overdrawn. Okay, I'm just gonna... No, not the property tax. Property tax is good. Let's increase our line of credit up to there.
I'm probably only allowing 3 hours.
What's this now? Sorry? I lost your train of thought there because I was...
No, like driving in from the office to San Francisco Airport or whatever. It was still, you had to allow some time, but even when it was super busy, it was reliable enough. Let's put it that way. There wasn't transit you were going to take.
University library we still don't have. Okay, that should be closer to the city, I think, a little bit.
Yep.
It's interesting. I was imagining this university would take more space, but as it turns out, it's where I'm actually able to concentrate it in that area. So I'm going to fill out this area with streets pretty soon. What else do I want? Limit 1 per city. Success center. Oh, I built that last time.
You have at least one reasonably big green space associated with the university, even if you don't use it for anything else other than green space.
Yep, I agree. I don't want to build a school of justice because I built the law school, and I think
feel like what was that fucking Dr. Zeus cartoon there,
Okay, let's fill this out with residential.
Ice Forest or something.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I Dr. Seuss. What? I know what Dr. Seuss is. I just can't remember what particular one you're talking about.
To do with trees and shit. It was.
Yeah. The kind of environmentalist thing. I remember that.
Oh, what the hell was that called, man? Oh.
I don't remember. I do not remember. Let me just finish this.
That's too funny.
Just finish out this road network here, so we can put a park area. Where do we want to put the park area? Maybe here, so that it's because there's a lot of transit infrastructure here. So I want to build housing near where the infrastructure is. So I don't want to use that as parkland.
Just zoom out for a second, Okay, so you've got mountains on the left that's past anywhere where you've got roads, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just like, I would put park literally on the other side of that main corridor or something. I don't know. Put in a decent chunk somewhere. Yeah, you can't.
Here.
No, I mean, you may as well go urban there, but like designate a chunk around what's urban now. You got to fill that in. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
I want to fill it in because I want to use the infrastructure that I built.
Park now, it's too small. I mean, I don't think that's like even Central Park size.
No. It's not. No, I'm just building like a university, a small university park type thing. That's what I had in mind there. What I want to do is just because I have these high capacity roads, the last thing I want to do is put parks along high capacity roads, right? Like that's a waste of infrastructure.
Maybe refresh my mind. How long is Central Park in Manhattan?
It goes from 54th Street to 110th. So it's like 50 blocks. 50 blocks. I think it's 50. Is it 54th Street or 53rd? I can't remember. Anyway, it's one of those.
Gives a shit. It's
Yeah. So I'll designate that as green space on the inside here. Actually, let's do the outside. Let's do the outside as residential here, and so this is all going to be green space. In fact, I'll even.
Not exactly short whatsoever. No, I'd say it's a decent size.
Okay, and then I'm gonna actually just, because I want to do a thing here. Let me grab my roads here. I'm just gonna box this in so that it actually makes.
How many acres that actually is? Be curious. Probably the thing
How many acres is Central Park? That's something you can Wikipedia in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but I'm.
Fair enough.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, all right. Here we go. So what I want
to. Your weird urban geometry. Okay, but let's never lose this wedge radio thing because it's really working well, man.
I agree. What we're gonna do, what I'm doing here is I'm zoning that like that, and then I'll hit tab so that I don't accidentally overwrite the zones.
That's what's left of the. That's what's left of the university zone. Is that what I'm?
Yeah, and then I've built housing like right in here, and then I'm gonna fill in this as well up here. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it.
High value, unless we can make it again. Snotville housing, on the edge of the foothills overlooking the university and the high-tech industry bordering the university. Maybe we need a mixed-use area enriched too, but
we'll see how it develops. If I'm gonna wait and see how the neighborhood develops in response to having a university, and then I'll redo the the zoning accordingly. We don't need to.
Diseases infect and succeed. Okay.
Exactly. Something like that. There we go. Got a little cul-de-sac in there. All right. And now that'll be a park zone. I'll actually grab. Well, that should be fine.
Well, they've got to have some sort of interesting algorithms. If it's fun in terms of how they might direct certain things in something like this, right?
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of red numbers in the budget here. Let me just see here. I just built a lot of shit.
Because you don't look at it, and then all of a sudden you think it's a surprise when it's like below zero. Okay,
no. It's actually okay. Loan interests 22 million, and cash flow. No, we're good. We're still making money. I think so. Let me see here. Income 179, mandatory expenses 135. We're still accumulating debt simply because we're spending money. But if at a certain point, if this number is high enough over that number, you can really start to pay off your debt and get back to, you know, not having debt.
Okay.
Okay. So, what do we... Okay, we got that one bus line in. I think it would be cool to do like a rail...
Can we zoom out for 2 seconds? Let's just look at the big picture.
I just want to look at the zones for a second here. I don't have any demand for... Yeah, I have a lot of demand for residential right now.
What's going on with the industrials? The industrial pretty much, like, I don't see a lot of area to expand. It looks like there's a lot of fucking farms or something growing along a road. But
in my experience, if you wait... In my experience, if you kind of leave a small industrial zone and you wait a long time, these smaller factories will be replaced with bigger ones. So it's kind of cool to just wait and let it get denser. Let's take a look at our density map mode.
I'm in love with industry.
What's that?
I'm not. It's not that I'm in love with industry. It looks like we're getting a 3 waves instead of 2 kind of density map going, which is really great because it's a huge second zone, eh?
Yeah.
Goes all the way around the city. Holy fuck! I really like how this thing does its thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. That part is cool. The only thing I find a bit weird is it seems to, again, it seems to be like it's actually strangely. I guess we could zone large areas without providing services, and then we would get lower density. We can actually restrict height. We can put height restrictions or density restrictions when we zone. Like if we go to the zoning thing here, we can.
I am pleased that the model is.
No, I agree. That's how I generally would build anyway. But you can see toggle density control mode, and then we can lower the density.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
What puzzles me is what's going on with the bridge. And, you know, did we end up getting, you know, maximum benefit from it in terms of like fostering whatever the city, or did we really need it there for the industry? Well, you know, the connection.
I think it'd be really cool, actually. I'm just looking at the big picture here. I think it'd be really cool to have another bridge that goes jump on this island and then jumps over and kind of connects up there.
Seriously, but yeah, absolutely. And like, you got to make some of that either one of it a park. And like one of it got some like mega expensive friggin' real estate or whatever.
I think we're gonna put
that's a huge city, but yeah, we got to be able to have grown all the way to the other place too. I would thought.
Yeah, right? I mean, sure. I mean, we can get to. I mean, it's not a huge city. It's only 100,000 people, but we've got to. What's going on here? Why is this not? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see. What do we need here? We need more residential. Essentially, we don't really need. How is the agriculture doing? Oh, it's slowly growing. Okay, we don't need more agricultural zones. That's for sure.
No. You can keep growing in that direction or letting that fill in. No, you can fill into the lakes, I think, in terms of residential, and just make that residential.
Here?
Yeah, just fill that in with residential.
I'm gonna leave a little area along the rail line so that we can build a train station there. Let's connect up the road network here. Do I want to do? I don't want to do a template. Not for today. No templates today.
No.
Let's connect this all up here.
Fast enough. Although, you know, it is surprising. Like if you looked at the clock lately.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's getting a bit late. We'll do another 15 minutes or something.
No, it's not the time of day. It doesn't matter.
Okay, all right.
I'm actually impressed at the rate, whatever it is that they grow this thing. The fact
we haven't been that aggressive. Like I haven't been playing that fast. We've been kind of I spent ages dicking around with the university and the rail line and stuff like that. So
city maybe or whatever. And I'm no expert. I don't know, but I just like you get enough growth to get something organic going. It's fun.
Yeah, you know what's interesting actually? You meant that? Did you mean the time in the game or the date in the game? I guess it's only been like 6 years or something. I guess in game time because it starts in 1950. So. That's actually kind of crazy now that I think about it.
I think there's something really to be said to radial if you, like I'm going to keep fighting tooth and nail. You have to reserve some entire wedges, zones.
Mm-hmm.
Become like ecological space, like literally a wildlife refuge.
Yep.
Refuge.
Well, that's the use. You want it on the far side of this lake.
Wetlands and coast, right?
Like this whole area here can be reserved for that if you like.
Yeah.
It's inconvenient to put transportation to anyway. Oh wait, that's the rail. I don't need to build a road there. Okay. So let's see how we're going to do this. I guess we'll do these skinny blocks like this, and we're going to have to connect it up to the other side of the city somehow.
The challenge, I think, in this day and age is wherever it makes sense is to achieve a density of living where people are happy, but that it's, you know, effective and allows actually, you know, large spaces to be set aside. Because at the end of the day, at least you get to see some of it and in a relatively unaltered state.
I mean, that's the trick. It's I don't think it's easy, but larger blocks out here, is that what I'm doing? Jesus. Okay, I gotta do this faster. It's gonna drive me nuts. So we're just gonna draw...
You know how it's growing, eh? It looks like a fucking spider's web almost right there.
Yep. I have noticed that in this game, just because of the way the...
Cool. That's absolutely the way to do it. And yet, you know, it can be a Raggedy Ann kind one that's not, you know, totally symmetric. It's funny how they sometimes go, eh?
Well, and I don't know, this kind of bullshit is just because of the way these roads snap together. The better way to do this in some ways is to just use their templates and then to kind of just do the fine tuning by hand. But yeah, something is broken there because I'm doing things too fast here. But here we go. Is that a double road? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that has to be deleted. Oops. All right.
That's a very fucked up intersection. That's what.
Yeah, no, it's just because things don't. The road thing they use here is very sensitive to. It's very sensitive to elevation, which is cool in the sense that you can really do some cool things with like viaducts and embankments and tunnels and all that stuff. But as a result, if you're doing roads in the way that I am right now, it creates a problem. So I'm just gonna fill this in here. There we go, and make some odd blocks like that. And let's zone all of that residential, so we'll really grow fast here. And I don't want to. No, I don't want that. Okay, that should be fine. And okay, there we go. And then, oh, we're getting more office demands. How is our office zone doing down here? Measure twice, cut once. You've built 1,000 roads, which means that the simulator is probably going to start slowing down and the frame rate's going to drop. But
is that what it said?
No, that's what I said. It said you've built 1,000 roads, and I'm saying, oh great, that means the game's probably gonna. I've noticed actually this is roughly around. I've gotten to about like maybe 300,000 before, and it starts to get real wonky. My processor's really good too. It's the graphics card. It's the interaction between the graphics card and the processor. Although thus far performance has been pretty good. What I wanted to look at was the. Oh yeah, this office section here. Okay, so it wants more offices.
What was that all blue? What was that all blue for? There was just that one little funny ring that was all blue.
That's office. Yeah. That's the office zone. Yeah.
Is that all there is? Like, are you serious?
Yeah, but this is how this was cool.
That's
like
all you need. That's all you need.
Yeah, for it's a city of 100,000. I actually find the scale in this game is really well done in the sense that like yeah, we've got a commercial strip here, a commercial strip there, and that's it. Like that's enough of an employment area with the big factories there for a city this size. It kind of makes sense, right?
I can see too that you don't have to grow the. What you want to go from is instead of the industry, and I hope they've got it, is what I would say is true light manufacturing, because that would be the intermediate thing you'd want with the technology, higher wage employment, and it balances off against the agriculture and everything else. And it can't just be office space.
No, yeah, I see what you mean.
Guys running around in PhDs. I don't know if the game lets you go that way. I mean, this is a perfect.
Well, I mean, and not. I mean, no. Look, it's the kind of thing you're describing is I think a little bit more.
But that's what's anyways.
It's a little bit more elaborate than what they've currently got in mind. Some stuff like that you can kind of play with those kind of distinctions a bit more with like a heavily modded version of SimCity 4, some of the industrial mods and that.
Yeah.
But no, I think right now they've just got education level and the various factories. There are kind of lower end.
The biggest challenge I would have, certainly. It's just not going to happen. I don't see myself playing SimCity 4, at least for the time being, while there's 4X games that still, shall we say, occupy me for the time being. Just because I think it would be such a labyrinth of mods, even though, of course, you could give them to me, but...
Yeah, I could just copy my play. If you wanted to play... If you wanted to play SimCity 4, I would probably just copy and paste my load order into your computer. Okay, what's going on here? I need to fix this. Go away. That's got to be deleted.
I don't think that would advance understanding, but certainly,
actually, it's a very easy game. It's a very easy game to mod. There's some things that I have in there that are really okay. We've got.
I would say it was one of the real successes early days. I would expect, given the longevity of it and the fact that you can mod it and blah blah blah.
Yep, that's it. Okay, we do have a lot of demand for office space right now. I want to see.
Is there another cluster you're not just going to grow the downtown, or is there another place you could like?
I'm looking here. Yeah, I think we're better off. Like, I'd like to get to 6 squares instead of 5. So I'm kind of trying to concentrate everything in one area and then gradually spread it out from there for now. What's going on here? I've got help wanted. Aren't those office towers?
Yeah.
Why is it telling me? Why is it telling me that it needs office zones when I've got help wanted signs in my office zones? I don't know. I'm gonna make this square offices too. That'll be fun. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, there's a certain nothing better than a certain symmetry.
Exactly. All right. So we'll do that, and there we go. And get out of the zone view here, and that'll take a while to convert over, but they've certainly got the space they need, and we've got lots of residential space. We don't need anything actually in terms of zoning. Now there's a couple things I want to do because I think we're gonna wrap up pretty soon here. I do want to, let's take a look at some of our data views here. Pollution. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we never looked at the pollution map, but you can place parks. You can place parks to mitigate pollution, so it's not too bad yet.
I'm a genius. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
You can place parks to mitigate pollution, so that's one thing we could do here. We've also got, you can see we've got the thermometers, which mean people are sick, kind of correspond with this as well. Crime. Oh yeah, we got to play some police stations. I'd say let's do that now.
We forgot all about that, right?
Well, we
absolutely discussed it. We knew it was going to be an issue in a locale or two, but I don't ever remember there being like an action of presto. Okay, we just placed something, right? Which is fine.
Okay, we've also got crime up here by the dorms, so boom, police station for you guys. Let's not place any more for now. Let's give those some time to act. Go back to
where you at though with the school situation?
Well, let me grab. You know what? But before I forget, we unlocked the big park. So let me grab this big park here and just put a few big parks to try and mitigate some of this pollution.
Domaine de Mourla, which is Bas Armagnac, 1985.
Is that what you're drinking?
I'm about to, yes. Sample it, and
that sounds delightful. I wish I had some of that.
I suspect that was probably like a $200 or some ridiculous priced bottle, but you could only get it. The last time I went to France,
But you probably paid duty on it when you imported it.
No, the first bottle would have been duty free, and I didn't buy a lot.
Oh right, because you can bring 2 back. Yeah.
No, yeah. But no, I would say it's fully worthwhile.
Well, look at the parks. Just placing those 2 parks like just got rid of a whole bunch of that pollution. That's great. A little bit silly actually, but kind of cool.
As I'm concerned, still the best flavor, the best warmth, the least irritation of any of the more.
You're still talking about the Armagnac?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We did get to sample some good ones.
Okay, all right. I don't want to get derailed here too much because I want to wrap up soon here. So I'm just education. This is a bit silly here. I've got maxed out education everywhere. I feel like this map needs to be a bit more granular because I don't remember building schools in some of these neighborhoods. Oh, there isn't one there. So I guess that's maybe I've got too many schools. Maybe I went overkill on education. I also have a huge university, so I guess maybe it makes sense. And then I've got prosperity here. The prosperity heat map I find really doesn't work very well because what's that?
Just stop. Don't move. Mm-hmm. Very fast. So there's a big red zone and a modestly almost bright green zone. So tell me what the difference is. And then
I'll tell you.
yellow. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was going to talk about. So one of the things that prosperity does in this game is it is when like new people move into a neighborhood, it generates prosperity. So there's like also like here you can see how it's going green here. That's because like new people are moving into the neighborhood. It's not because there's anything prosperous about the neighborhood. And then I don't know what it is about this area here that's not prosperous. I guess maybe it looks like there's some illness and stuff. So let's go to some other heat maps. I just don't think we're going to learn much from this one right now. This is near the university, obviously. So I guess that creates prosperity. So
I mean, but there is one hint there that probably something on the clinic side of spectrum of actions maybe makes a deal or something. Because
so land value is great everywhere except by the student dorms, which I guess makes sense. But that's actually a pretty small pocket, so that's not so bad.
That is practically racist. That heat map. That is just bad. This is just bad.
Well, I don't know about racist, but it's
you know what I mean?
Maybe.
Sort of, I don't know. Yeah, it's just like sorry. The right word would be completely prejudiced.
Maybe I don't know. You know, prejudice against students? Yeah, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't want to live near students. You know, in the sense that like when you're right.
A surprisingly long time, as was I. There's nothing wrong.
Well, of course, no. I mean, having been a student for like 10 years, I don't want to live near them because like they make a mess. But love me students. I don't mind hanging out in bars with them. I don't mind serving them in bars. But living next door to them is different.
You just don't want them puking on the sidewalk outside your door. Is that what it is? Do you
Pretty much. Yeah. Actually, yeah. I have a pretty high tolerance for that too. Okay, so we have a health issue. Ageist. Okay. Ageist would be the word. Lucario is correct. Ageist. Okay, so we have this is healthy. This is
it's truly ugly. Either side of the bridge is like ugh.
Well, okay, there's two things. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on in this neighborhood, why people are getting sick here. It's probably just because like there is a hospital here, but there's no clinic here, and this is the industrial area. So that's why
got to get on that shit, right?
Yeah, okay, so let's do that now. I'm just trying to fix a few issues with this city before we wrap it up for tonight. So, we could put another clinic.
Power to the people. Power to the people.
Exactly. Okay, let's see here. Clinic, we can plop one like, wait, go back to the health map mode. Plop one like here-ish, okay. And then over here, I don't know, like we've got a clinic actually there, so it's kind of close. But I'm thinking here we might try and do one of the health amenities and see if that does it. See if that's enough. The ballpark. We can put a ballpark here. Who needs to go to the doctor when they can play baseball? Boom. Okay. And then let's see here. This is the traffic view. Actually, that's interesting. We are actually getting... Get rid of this. We are actually getting a little bit of a traffic jam in the city here for the first time. And this street as well is getting quite busy, so that's kind of cool. Let's slow it down a second here so we can... Yeah, this street is definitely, I wouldn't say traffic jam, but like, yeah, right at this corner here. I'm just going through all the data views one by one, and then there's something wrong here. Oh yeah, it's a three-way intersection with these larger roads, so that makes sense. That sort of makes sense. We could turn that spur of it,
it's like a traffic circle that though, I thought.
No, but that's this one. See, what I would do actually, what would be smart would be to do a little bit of expert.
I think you need to do like a traffic circle on the other side of the initial one.
No, well, I think so. Yeah, I think like you can see that this
it's effective now. It's been effective.
Well, look at that. We've got skyscrapers. So this works super well because it's connecting. Wait a second. I just want to get a view here. This is connecting 3 boulevards with one-way roads. So this actually works really well, and there's fewer intersections or whatever. Whereas this here is not good. This 3-way intersection is a hassle. So we could probably create some kind of roundabout here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool how that worked out.
Yeah, it's cool. That was kind of not done on purpose, but also got a traffic jam up here. What the hell is this? This is probably like agricultural traffic or something. They don't seem to have figured out the traffic to and from the farms is fucked.
Fuck up like that. It's not like some glitch. It's like a true congestion. You're saying.
Yeah, this here as well. Also getting weirdly, we've got some out here. Boy, this city is getting dense. We're up to 125,000, and you might need to extend the rail line in the triangular road. Yeah, that could be interesting. I'm not going to work on that rail line for now. But yeah, it's a good idea. I'm just working my way over here. Okay, that's our road view. The road view is kind of neat because it does show you where your public buildings are. So that's the university campus there.
Oh, the fuck, that's not bad, eh?
Yeah, I built like everything. I stopped asking people and I just spammed everything. That's the casino. That's our ballpark. We've got a clinic there and another clinic over here and like all sorts of schools and shit.
The health thing, the pollution thing, that's, I think, yeah. The next stage is just to think that little far ahead, that's our weird bus route.
Wait a second. Wait, we're getting people on the buses. There's 29 people waiting at that bus stop.
Well, that's nice because they really do have stops that are close apart. Like if you did it right, it'd be very, very fucking, you know.
No, these buses are about, I don't know, there's like, at the central area, they're like 10, 15 out of a capacity of 50 on the bus. So it's definitely not, you know, busy, but there's only one bus line and a train line. Also, where is the train line? Why is it not showing up?
To certain kinds. I think that the subway loop in some respects is good too, even if it's just like.
No, I think so.
You can do surprising distance.
I think when I redid that train line, I screwed something up because it's not appearing on the map. All transit systems. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so no one's taking the train, but I'm not sure how tourism works. I'm not sure that people actually show up on the map when they're tourists. I think it might just be. I think the tourist.
At least it's nice that in this game you can visually actually see a connection to another location. You know
you can do that in SimCity 4 too.
Yeah, you know. Eventually, you'd think they could mod it or DLC it or whatever the frig these guys do to actually make it be useful. Especially with the tourism, you know, because they have modifiers that are associated with that, right?
Yeah, I would build the bus network out and then put a couple of rail lines along on that sort of rail line. I don't know that I would build an intercity rail line again, just because I think I'm thinking now the reason that no one's. Well, I'm thinking now that I think that I don't think that they're actually modeling tourism. I don't think that the if we go into our stats view here, where is it? Economy or something?
I know, to some extent,
tourism.
though, you have to say to yourself, like, for heaven's sake.
Tourists here now. So it says there's 4,300 tourists in town. I don't think that those tourists are actually taking the road. I don't think that neighbor connections generate traffic, is what I'm trying to say. So there's 4,000 tourists in town.
Have an airport. There ain't no fucking, you know.
Well, but I'm okay. Yeah. So it's not simulated. It's not simulated. Tourists arriving per hour. Tourists leaving per hour. Hotel rooms. 1.4K. Empty hotel rooms.
Look really good in this thing. They look really authoritative, but they're like so noisy. Messy. Okay, that's a nice chart. That I don't know. There's a good vibe that comes out of that chart.
Tourist retail transactions, dollars per hour. So we get sales tax from having tourism. That's cool. But I don't think that tourists travel on our road network. That's what I'm saying. I think that they don't actually simulate.
They're like pixies. They just they come
exactly.
Settle down the ground to little wings.
But that's why there's nobody using the rail line. But you know what? The bus network, I'm actually pretty satisfied for a single bus line. I'm pretty satisfied.
I think that's a very effective design. The only thing that sort of scratched my head about is, you know, do you or don't you want the actual bridge and that part of the thing somehow integrated or not? Like, do you do a figure 8 down the road, for example? Do a fucking figure 8 in terms of like residential development. But I think that's already.
I don't think so. I think it continues along this way, and then we have another road that I think you do another one that. Let me just get this map off. I think you do another one that just goes like this.
Off the industrial area, like this evil.
I also think our farms are too close to our city. I think we need to demolish some farms here and keep moving the farms outward. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it today. Let's look at the last.
Or something, man.
So that's our zone view. And then we've got, this is our underground view. Okay, I don't care about the underground view.
That's all green and purples. How can you have purple underground view?
I don't know. Purple? What?
No, there was some view you had that was like green, but there was like a there. Whoa. Okay, so where's the purple shit? Oh, that's the.
Yeah, the industrial. This is just the industrial zone here.
No, that's not the industrial zone. It's a commercial zone.
I was overlaying. You can overlay the underground view with, like, here. If I go to transit view, and then undergrounds. Oh, it doesn't show actually. But if I go to road view and then undergrounds, it. Oh, I guess that doesn't really work. Oh yeah, it does. See, like it. If
okay,
you see.
The last block is underground for the railroad. Okay,
that's right. The last 4 blocks. That's what the station platform is under this intersection. That's how I built it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, what I wanted to do though was actually just run the. I want to pause the game for a second here, and then I'm going to save, and then I'm going to ramp the graphics up and see if we can run the simulation. This is just for testing purposes. I really want to see how this game has come along here. Visual.
Melt down in front of her
yeah,
eyes.
exactly. Field of view. No. FPS cap. Quality. Ooh, look at that. Wow. That's incredible. Okay. Anti-aliasing we're not going to touch. That's fine. They have fixed the brightness, I think. That was a real issue. Okay, so we're unpaused now, and wow.
I think what they were all excited about in the virtual reality and otherwise graphics of the racing game, and I think it was DLSS.
Yes, DLSS.
Okay.
Well,
which I think is what that is NVIDIA card, and it would be past the generation of what you've got.
No, exactly. So you can see I'm getting like 13 frames per second just by panning the camera with maxed out graphics, and that's just because it's drawing so many things. I am going to... It's cool, kind of cool to... I could take a screenshot though.
You do still life, yeah. If you still
well, you mean a screenshot, yeah.
I mean, like that's ice, like, you know, bit of a, like, you know, that tree looks Paris, you know, you look down the arch tree up and down this, way down fuck this road, right?
Yeah, exactly. It is, the field of view is cool. You can actually...
That's an arch tree on the road, you do it right?
Yeah, you can actually... Whoa, you can actually increase the field of view, which is kind of cool. Whoa.
You're kidding.
Yeah, it's telling me that my graphics card is not powerful enough, which I think is true. I want to unpause for a second here. This is just, you know, actually that's not so bad. I don't know what this flickering is. The flickering's really annoying. It seems to be a glitch. I'm probably going to report that, actually. That's a bug. This is supposed to be flags flickering in, like, waving in the wind, but they're waving too fast, and I don't think they should be, like...
You're talking about the flags.
Yeah, the flags are annoying. It's really, really... And they should get rid of that animation, or have it be very, very slow, and not have it scale with the speed.
The cars is a little messier here than I was seeing it in another view and another whatever.
Well, they kind of pile up in weird ways. It doesn't... But it's kind of neat, actually.
You know, I find it kind of neat in the way that, you know, other than that, what was that silly comedy series? Oh my god!
Let's look
IT
at our
Crowd.
Oh, yeah, the IT Crowd.
Yeah, you know, it gives
Classic.
me a little bit of that, you know, sensation looking at it. And unless you're gonna really go hardcore, you know, really high gloss graphics, you know, which is a lot of processor power, blah blah blah. You haven't got, you know, a lot left for anything else. There is a lot of detail scaling in and scaling up. I must say, Civ 6 does a pretty good job in that you can have a lot of fun with the visuals. Like, I've got a 3080, so of course I can crank it to ultra.
Yeah, you could probably play this on ultra too. Actually, it's not going so bad right now. I mean, I am on speed 1, so I can zoom around the city and deal with it. The thing is, the graphics requirements on this game aren't because of the poly count of the models, and they're not because of the textures or anything like that. It's simply because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of actors that are all being drawn simultaneously. Like, the way they handle traffic is the cars actually get drawn. Yeah, there's something wrong with these fucking flags. Look at this. Everything that blows in the wind is blowing in the wind too fast.
Oh, I know. I saw that earlier. No.
Wait, if I slow it down to the minimum speed, do they chill the fuck out? No, they're just that animation is just set to go too fast. I'm gonna bug report it.
Just to do one beats like that just is so unsatisfying. I don't know.
I
love how that road's turned out. We absolutely have to do 2 more traffic circles, in my opinion, just to you know, absolutely get the radial corridors going, because they really work. It really works.
Yeah,
and then
they do.
the ring world really worked too.
Yeah, the ring road really works. Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's also, I don't know what this flickering is. There's something flickering when I go to certain angles, and it's just graphical glitches, because it's just not able to draw certain things, and that's why I'm getting super low frame rates too. But it's kind of fun to max out the graphics for a bit and zoom around the city. How does our bridge look, huh? Ooh, the water's weird. It also, like, it seems to struggle to render certain things when I'm in this modes. Yeah, actually, you know, it's when I lower the view, it can't handle it, because it's trying to draw too much.
Stop for a second. Just don't move around for a second. That's not bad, you know. especially given like as long as you don't move around too much.
No,
you
as
just
long as
sit
I
there
don't
for a
put
second.
too much in the frame of view. Because watch this. If I wait, let me get to a height where I can do it. God damn it! Like as soon as I do this,
Okay,
like
so just leave it though. Just leave it and see what settles out of it because some of these graphics things take time. Now it's much clearer. It's fine. It's
it's
perfectly
still
fine.
getting 11 frames per second. Like look
Yeah,
at the car
that's fine.
climbing the hill there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's perfectly clear. It's just you really have to resist the effort to move around too much. And
Wow, it's
any
just
game,
the more that
suffer
I
from that.
the more that it tries to draw at once, the more it struggles. But it's an interesting program just because of how much it's doing. Oh, I like this row of houses. It's very cool. But you see, as soon as I go to low down, it's because it's drawing all sorts of shit in the background. So there's some kind of optimization they haven't done with the graphics because you can see here, as soon as things come out of my field of view, it seems to stop drawing them and stop. But as soon as I do that, it's clearly drawing all the cars over there or something because that's what's going on.
Basically,
Anyway.
modern graphics has to operate on the principle of we're just going to give you enough information to give you an understanding of your orientation.
Yep.
If we're overloaded, because then you've got to let us catch up, or it's just going to be a blurry life.
Yeah, I noticed that the road was called Railroad. It was actually one of the first roads I built. Staticky Cat. I think we're gonna call it a night now because it's getting late, and I do have to eat something. So I'm getting kind of hungry. But this has been fun. We actually got a fair amount done. We built a city that I think has potential to grow into something interesting, and I will certainly hold on to it. And who knows, maybe we'll come back and visit. It actually looks great from the air when we. Oh, there's one thing we can do actually that I forgot. We can also
Look at that huge amount of farm. That's like so cool.
visual. Wait a second. Show rain and snow.
Nice, intense urban area.
Wait. I'm gonna break the computer here if I don't. Field of view 20 degrees. Level of detail. Let's go back down to this for a second here, and then I want to go to show rain and snow. And let's just go to always night for a second. Oh, the night view doesn't look super good, actually. Do they not have night lights? That's annoying. I thought they had night lights. They did at one point.
Turns the lights off and goes to sleep. They all do that at the same time. Every night, all nights of the year.
That's kind of disappointing. I thought there would be. Oh, there are some. It looks like some buildings have them.
One thing we never looked at is the traffic pattern in that huge farm area to the right of the city. Yeah.
Actually, it's looking great.
And what are we doing past the industrial area? No, the farm area is hilarious. It's perfect. Okay, so that's just a little bit of a farm strip past it.
Yeah, well, that's just, remember at the beginning, I just put farm everywhere where I hadn't built. Yeah.
That is going to probably be destructed or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Same with like this stuff here. I would build along too. Like I would have suburbs.
Do something nice. I don't know.
I would have suburbs along that rail line there, coming in there, and then
I would have suburbs between the lakes and the rail line. Handle part of your transit issues there, and you got to be like draconian. There's got to be like Brad Pitt's Hollywood Hills by the lakes and and some mixed use, nice income, power to the people, decent housing by the transit, and shit like that.
Yep. All right. Well, let's call it a night. I'm just getting starving. But it's been a fun Christmas Eve new city stream, and I think the game is coming along. There's definitely some new stuff, new UI and stuff like that. So thanks for hanging out on the stream again, Dad, and we will thank you all for watching. Those of you who haven't already, I will pin a comment.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, and I will pin a comment to the YouTube section with like a link to the Discord, so you can join us on Discord. Anyway, see you all next time. Ciao.